sorry, that's for a Democrat show.
Let me know when you're ready.
Was an extremely great conservative commentator. We're tearing it up on Wednesday night. This is awesome. This
will allow me to retort.
Well, this is Jersey Joe for the Reaver Common Sense Show. I'm on shrmedia.com.
Actually, I just totally screwed up. This show contains language that some viewers may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised. And now on to the show. And welcome to the Reaver of Common Sense. I am your host, Jersey Joe, and I'm here to make sense out of the senseless. The Jersey Takeover is here. We have expanded to 2 hours every Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you want to watch a broadcast, just go to Reaver.1 and click on the SHR TV button. It's that simple. Hold on. We got a Crash calling in. Do-do-do-do.
It's appropriate to be talking about my ass.
I want to introduce Crash. Welcome to the show, you asshole.
Let me introduce me. 4 people listening to this already know who I am.
Well, I have 5 people today, so.
You have 5?
Yes, I'm hitting the big times.
Crap, I got fucking nothing. I was really trying to. I got shit.
Don't you hate that when you do that? You're like, oh, I'm going to be a smart...
yeah, I was really trying to.
Shit,
I'm like,
shit.
Damn!
Yeah, I hate
what's
when that
going on?
Nothing much. Yesterday's show really got derailed off of the whole subjects. So, hold on.
Okay. You got derailed and I wasn't even on the show?
No, I derailed myself a lot of times. But what I did is...
walk through a lot of walls, too, so...
Yeah. I didn't get to a lot of my Second Amendment articles that I wanted to. So I pushed them off till tonight. Which ended up there's more articles to be done.
Gosh. We can do a mini-series on this shit.
Well, true. And then, I'll save it for the end, I have a 15-minute Project Veritas expose. Yeah, New York Times, they went undercover into and got one of their reporters.
Those guys are freaking funny as hell. You know what actually really floors me about that? I mean, not to completely cut you off, but you know what really floors me is the fact that nobody heard about these guys. At least as far as I know, really, they weren't really known until the whole Planned Parenthood thing. Now they're like a household name, yet they still keep trapping people. People keep falling into the pit, and they don't even have to try. That's the funniest part about it. It's like everybody knows these guys are out there exposing their BS. And they're not even, they don't even have to try for it. It's just people are offering it up.
Yeah, they now have
How stupid are you?
A hotline for you to email them with tips. And it's, people are doing this for them and passing it along to them now.
Nice. Good.
So, people are getting tired of this bullshit. And the latest video, and they said if something's not done about this guy, because he's breaking a lot of rules, they said they have a couple more videos that they will drop. I was like, damn, blackmailing the bitches now.
Now, is this all on a reporter? Is that what this is on, or is this on an unknown?
Hang on.
I'm just curious.
I don't know what it is lately. Whenever I start the show, like the first 10 minutes, I got to yawn. I don't know what it is. And no, I'm not boring myself. I entertain myself very nicely.
I thank God we don't have video, because I don't think anybody wants to see that shit.
Well, it is live streamed, you jackass.
Oh, God.
So in the video, New York Times audience strategy editor. New York Times audience strategy editor.
Audience. So in other words, censor for certain populations and demographics and geographical regions.
No, it's an over title name. He puts up the video stuff on social media for New York Times. He's a trained monkey, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, he gets caught in a bunch of things, a bunch of lies. So I'm going to play that later because that's 15 minutes long. All right, let me scroll down. Okay, Feinstein's in the news again. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've only got maybe like 20, 30 tops, so.
All right. I know you can't say everything. How's everything going? Same, better, worse?
I'd be happy if it was the same, but honestly, it feels like it's evolving even further.
Ah, okay.
I'll fill you in off there.
All right. Feinstein. She says that she represents 40 million Californians that do not want concealed carry. This is about the whole national reciprocation. Well, I don't want a lot of things that are caused by California, but I have to deal with it. A lot of this bullshit global warming crap comes from these idiots in California, but the nation has to put up with that jackassery because of those few people.
Here's the thing, though. Honestly, here's just my simple question. Okay, so she's got how many people, you said?
40 million.
Okay, so she's got 40 million
and there's what?
Constituents.
350 voting members in the United States.
Uh-huh. So I got two questions, okay? Number one, okay, so they don't want this, right? They don't want concealed carry. Okay. Well, hey, guess what?
They don't
that
have to.
is your constitutional right to not have concealed carry. I mean, that is your right. You do not have to conceal carry a gun. You do not have to purchase a gun. You do not have to have anything to do with one. Stay the F away from my goddamn rights.
Yep.
Number two, green card, please. Sorry, that's it.
What was that last one? Blame card?
Green card, please.
Oh, green card. Oh. Have you got your green card yet?
I'm sorry. She's going to say that 40 million of her people don't want this. I'm sorry. That number seems a little bit large.
It does. But you made the point that I was going to make of you don't get one.
Yeah, it's that simple.
They don't.
Okay,
just because they don't want one.
You want to be environmentally friendly. You don't want to drive a gas guzzler. I'm not forcing you to buy a diesel. I'm not forcing you to buy a Humvee or a big-ass SUV. Go ahead and buy your fucking Prius. I don't care. What difference does it make to me? I'm out of your business. Stay the hell out of mine.
Yeah.
It's that freaking simple.
So if they didn't like national reciprocation on driver's license, does that mean we all would have to get 50 driver's license? California does not make the rules.
What I would absolutely love is for somebody to turn around and tell all those Californians, hey, guess what? None of the other states accept your driver's license, so cross the state line, your dumb ass gets arrested.
Yeah, exactly.
I would freaking love it. Please, stop the spread of the damn disease.
No. The problem is they've been escaping California because the jobs are few and far between anymore. So
it's because they keep importing more voters.
Oh, it's
for
not
free
just
shit.
that. It's not just that. The regulations in California and taxes are getting so ridiculous. Cost of living there is, oh my God. Making $60,000 a year and you're still fucking poor.
Now, here's the screwed up thing. I just saw a tax report as far as how much you pay in taxes opposed to how much you get returned on the dollar. New Jersey beats out California. But New Jersey was in the top.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I can't remember if we were number one or I know we were in the top three, but it was us, New York, and oh god, what was the other one? It wasn't California. It was it Massachusetts? I don't remember what the other one was, but there was another one, and it wasn't California. It actually kind of caught me off guard. Like, I was not surprised to see New Jersey high on the list. I was a little surprised to see how high we were. Shouldn't have been, but I was. New York, that didn't surprise me one goddamn bit. But California wasn't even as high as, wait, what the hell?
But this is also a woman who says that she does not believe concealed carry is protected by the Constitution. Okay. Now, hold on.
It has a concealed carry license. Said that.
I know that. I know. The woman that has one, she's allowed to have one. But here's the thing. Okay. So you want to go to what they did back in that time. So that means we can open carry now.
I was going to say, that was called open carry. Because, yeah, the musket.
You didn't really conceal carry back then. Oh, and you know how they talk about how they only talked about muskets back then? Well, Thomas Jefferson had made a machine gun, actually, a Gatling gun.
There were multiple patents. There was actually even, I can't remember at what point, I can't remember which firearm it was, but it was a repeat fire, essentially a repeat fire musket. I can't remember what the hell the name of it was, but it was the machine gun of the time, and the government ordered it.
But they always talk about. Well, you can only have it. You can have a musket. You can only have a musket because that's all they had back then. Well, also the musket was what?
Military.
Thank you. You got. God damn it, you're good. You're good. You went right where I wanted you to go. It's the goddamn military weapon. And that's what the Second Amendment is about, that we were as armed as the military.
Now, see, I'm going to make one distinction right here.
Where's my tank?
Just a real quick distinction, because I know that this debate, every time this debate comes up, the next jump that a liberal would take is, oh, well, that means you should all have bazookas and nuclear weapons and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Can I?
No, asshole, that's not what it freaking means. Okay?
I want a bazooka.
Okay. Well, now, okay. Actually, real quick, and then I'll go into what I'm going to say.
Hold on. I do have a bazooka. I have bazooka.
Oh, God.
It's in my kitchen right now. It's a bazooka gum.
Yeah, I was going to say. All right. Anyway, there was a merchant ship that actually wrote a letter to the government requesting the authority or permission. I can't remember how it was phrased, but they requested to be allowed to outfit their ship with a couple of cannons, or at least one cannon, to defend against piracy. You know what they were responding with?
What?
Why the hell are you even asking? Of course you can have a damn cannon. It's to defend your ship. Well, it was like common freaking sense. Now, if you want to, like, people nowadays, they want to jump to this whole debate of, oh, well, that means, everybody should have no, asshole, that's not what it means. Let's take a look at the way the military was back then, okay? The common soldier.
Brought his own weapon.
The infantry. One, yes, they provided their own. They actually, initially, they had to provide their own firearms and their own ammunition, initially, okay? So, they had a rifle, a musket, okay? They may have had a pistol, which was still single-shot capacity. They might have had several of those. They had a knife. They had whatever was needed. Now, the militaries did develop, all right, semi-automatic and automatic fire. They were, in theory, they were drawn up. There were some that were put to use, very, very limited. They had cannons. They had ships. Okay, so they had all this stuff, right? So now, here's the funny thing, is in the Declaration, when this was written, when the Second Amendment was written, it says the right to keep and bear arms, correct?
Yes.
And it's been agreed upon that the intent behind that was written to include the weaponry of a baseline soldier, what's considered a basic loadout. Just the same as a goddamn cannon was not a basic loadout for somebody to have to drag, neither is a goddamn nuclear warhead for every single fucking private in the goddamn U.S. Army. So get off that goddamn debate.
Also, we can go to the points. The RPG, bazooka, and nuclear weapon, those are explosives. They go underneath a different set of laws than firearms. So,
very true. Very true. You know what? I didn't even think of that angle.
And to be honest, I was thinking as you were talking, it goes underneath a different set of laws. There's different laws with explosives. And that's basically what a bazooka is a form of explosive.
Yes,
and same with a nuclear weapon. I mean, you would have to buy, to make your own.
It is initiated by an explosive reaction. Yes.
Same with the tank. That technically would be an explosive. I know people think it's more or less like a gun, but no, it's more or less like an explosive. The shells usually go boom.
It fires an explosive. I mean, it can fire. You can put essentially dummy shells in them, but they fire exploding rounds. That's the point behind it.
My father-in-law always gives me that. Well, do you think you should have a tank? I looked at it, I was like, yeah. Oh, that pissed him off. If you want to go ridiculous, I'll go ridiculous.
But see, that's the thing, and that's just it. Is they go from one goddamn extreme to the other.
But when you bring up about cars being used for mass murder, that's being ridiculous. When you're comparing that there's mass murders committed with cars, between terrorists using them to run people over, drunk drivers, pissed off people. More people are killed by cars than goddamn guns.
Well, let's see. European Union, right? They essentially did a complete ban on firearms. So let's see. Other than explosives and the couple of shootings, we'll remove those two. What has been the main sources of attack that they have used in Europe since all this shit started? That's right. They drove vehicles, and they used stabbing weapons. They used knives.
But hold on, because you actually segued it into another article without even actually knowing it. A major London hospital has seen the number of gunshot injuries rise faster than knife wounds, and the average age of victims get younger as the city battles a surge in violent crime. This is out of London. Their gun crime problem is surging upwards. I want to bang my head because everybody saw this coming that had more than one brain cell. And even one brain cell could see how they knew this was coming. Because
the thing is, everything boggles my mind. Honestly, not to quote somebody, but
you're going to quote somebody.
Dowdy. Okay, Trey Dowdy. All right. I absolutely loved one of the debates that he had. I can't remember who it was with, but it had to do with the Second Amendment. And it was with, I think it was over the no-fly, no-buy list. And I absolutely loved how he ram-blasted this piece of crap, because what he pointed out was, there's not one other of our rights, of our basic rights in the Bill of Rights, that requires so much background checks and so much permission from the government to be able to exercise as the Second Amendment. It's not even like we just need basic permission. I mean, you guys are pushing it way over and above. Would you accept, having to get permission from the government to exercise free speech?
Yeah. How would you have to get a license?
How about getting permission from the government, to be able to not be subject to illegal search and seizure? To be able to get an attorney, to be able to not be subjected to torture. How about the government has to give you written permission?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, you got a little fuzzy there. I got one for you. How would the liberals feel if the conservatives said you have to get a license to vote? You have to pass a background check. You have to pass a test to show intelligence.
Forget the background check. Forget a license to vote.
Just an ID is racist.
Show a goddamn ID, and the Democrats went nuts.
Yeah.
They went absolutely ape shit over just proof. You are who you say you are, and you live in this district. Literally, just prove that you shouldn't even be here. I mean, Christ, I have to do that in New Jersey. No, do I have to show ID? No. I'm doing it.
Yeah, we're starting to lose them. I want to make a point, if you can still hear me, and you can call back. You still there? Nope. Lost him. Yeah. And I brought this up before. The push on mental health issues. And hey, what's up, Dave? The push on mental health issues, what it's going to do is it's going to stop people from going to the doctors. It's going to stop them from saying, oh, no, he was actually calling on his cell phone in the area that he's getting into. The signal starts to get a little weak. It's out in actually the country area of New Jersey, and the cell phone service gets a little weak. Speaking of, hey, you're back. I'm going to make one comment. We got to go to break. I was talking about how the mental health issue, that they keep pushing mental health. What they're going to do is push people that could use to go to the doctors, but won't go to the doctors, won't get treatment because of fear of being reported to the government and getting put on some list. That will stop so many people that actually have illnesses that need to get, and you don't know this guy, so, and I talked about it the other day. You don't know him, but he might have an alcohol problem. He won't even think about treatment just because he's afraid of what would come back on him if he wanted to buy a gun later on. Because the government would step in and said, no, you had an alcohol problem. That could keep you from getting a gun. And that is going to stop so many people from getting treatment for so many different from actual mental illnesses. And now we're going to have people that are untreated running around on the streets.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, you're absolutely right. If you're dependent upon alcohol. No, you cannot have a gun. It's considered a mental illness. All right? Now, how about as soon as they did the push with the military, if you have PTSD, you cannot have a firearm. Remember when Obama did that whole push? Well, how many firefighters, paramedics, and cops will not get treatment for PTSD or go to a critical incident stress debriefing?
I told this the other day. My lawyer told me during my disability, I'm an EMT. He goes, I can prove without a shadow of doubt that you have PTSD because of your long career. He goes, and I can get you approved for it. All you have to do is say that. And I said, no, I refuse to.
And then you relinquish all your rights.
Because and once I said that, he goes, you know what, you got a point there. He goes, I want fear now. He goes, but back then when Obama was, he goes, I understand.
The problem is it's still a fear because Obama had such a hard push for it. Okay, we knew that was going to continue through.
Okay, I don't have to worry about it these 4 years.
Exactly.
What happens when the next Democrat gets in?
The fact that Trump won completely shocked everybody. I mean, they were fully planning that Hillary was going to continue Obama's legacy, which would have included all of these draconian restrictions. They were going to get pushed harder, farther, and they were going to make more progress on their whole massive agenda that they've been slowly boiling us to death with all these years. So the fact that Trump won, that brought us a reprieve. The thing is, you get on a list now, you'll be on that list, especially considering the fact that you have no recourse to get off of it.
That bullshit, no fly,
that
no
buy. No buy. Yep.
My brother's on the list. My oldest brother's on that list.
Yeah, and why?
Because his
they don't have to give a reason.
No, they gave it to him. His name is John Anderson. That's such a common name. That's the number one name terrorists use on false IDs.
And that's his fault, so he has to suffer because of that.
Yep.
Okay, well, Jose is one of the most common names used, too. Does that mean every single Jose should not be allowed on an airplane, should not be allowed to do anything? Oh, no, wait, they vote Democrat, so
exactly.
They're allowed.
But with the whole thing also, and I got to make this last point, then I definitely have to go to break because we are majorly late. With the push on mental health, I saw this coming. Pushing mental health. And what were they saying in the background? Anybody that wants to own a gun is mentally unhealthy.
Yep.
So, you're listening to the Reaver of Common Sense right here on SHR Media and LoneStarNews.com, and we will be right back.
Oh.
Listening to the SHR Media Network.
Breaking news. According to the latest report coming out of SHR Media, a merchandise store to support both the Reaver of Common Sense and SHR Media has just been unleashed to the general public. Be forewarned that this site can be contagious and numerous items can be purchased to support the best news programming. Go to Reaver.one website and click on the store link to check out the merchandise.
You have been listening to Reaver of Common Sense, hosted by my dad, Jersey Joe. Beware, the Jersey Takeover is here. Every Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can catch Reaver Common Sense Show hosted by Jersey Joe right here on shrmedia.com. Only Jersey can deliver hell like no one else. So consider this your fair warning.
Hello. I'm Tim Hart. I'm the guy BZ hires, due to his shameless contract with the SHR Media Network, to voice his promos. He'd like me to tell you that the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show can be found on SHR Media Network, Spreaker, and YouTube every Tuesday and Thursday night at 11 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Pacific, featuring right thinking from a left brain and doing the job the American media maggots won't. You'll find that the speech is free, but the drinks are not. There, in the saloon, just when safety pin manufacturers are running out of metal for the diapers of the leftists, BZ is sending his personal drones of freedom into the wheelhouses and ossicles of lovers of sovereignty and liberty nationally and globally. Broadcasting behind enemy lines in occupied California, BZ swears that no rights were harmed in the making of this promo.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians.
You got a business. You didn't build that.
A team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying cow for the stupid promo.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads Radio Show. Also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, yeah, I could probably do that better? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcasting team. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
This is Jersey Joe, host of the Reaver of Common Sense, and you're listening to shrmedia.com.
Times are dark. The people misled by corrupt politicians, lied to by establishment media, and deceived by the false messages of Islam. A nation in confusion needs a guide. It needs a man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me on Spreaker, SHR Media, High Plains Talk Radio, Live Rebooting Liberty, and YouTube for a unique brand of commentary on the Unpleasant Blind Guide. Because truth is not always pleasant.
Human by race, Christian by faith, American by nationality, and conservative by choice. Reverend Ralph J. Chittum Sr. is the right guy on SHR Media from 8:05 to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if on the rare occasion I am ever wrong, I will still always be right. The right guy on SHR Media.
This show contains language that some viewers may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised. And now on to the show. And welcome back to the Reaver of Common Sense. I am your host, Jersey Joe, and I'm here to make sense out of the senseless. We're here talking with Crash. We're talking Second Amendment tonight. It's fucked up, the shit that they're trying to push. And I know most people know the game that they're pushing, like I said, with the mentally ill. They're pulling that game. Brain fart. They're pulling that game so that later on they can go, well, if you want to own a gun, that's a mental illness, so we get to ban you from owning a gun. And you want to know how I got that idea? Several anti-gunners sat there and said that to me. Yep.
It's not overly surprising. I mean, anytime gun owners have given, or I'm not given up a right, but every time that we've said, okay, look, we can understand why this type of weapon is a problem, where this cosmetic feature bothers you, we'll agree to not say anything about you wanting to ban this. But then they take 25 others.
Yeah, you give them an inch, they take a couple miles.
Feinstein even flat out said, she even admitted on the news that, the bump stocks, having those banned is a very slippery slope. And she's hoping that we fall down.
Yeah.
She even said that. That's her hope.
Chris Murphy,
her hope is
Senator Murphy said that's just the beginning.
That's it. Yeah.
It's the beginning.
Her end game is nobody other than her, because, she has a true need for it.
Right. Oh, yeah, the politicians have a right to concealed carry. And don't forget, they're allowed to have security. The elite stars are allowed to have security around it, but nobody else is allowed to be protected. They're allowed to live in these gated communities with these fences and walls around their house, but nobody else can be protected.
Yeah, and the screwed thing is when they turn around and say, they're like, well, we paid for that house, we paid for that residence. Oh, no, really, you didn't? It was our tax dollars. Okay, it was your overinflated salary that you give yourself that we get no say over that did. Okay, if you guys actually had to do the term limits and you only got that, $150,000 a year for 4 years or 8 years or whatever it was, you wouldn't be living in those types of homes. You'd be living like the rest of us, which quite honestly, if you're going to represent me, you should at least be semi-comparable to how I'm living. I'm not saying exactly. Obviously, you've been more successful, you've done more, okay, fine, just the same as anything else. But just keep in mind, you want to keep going down the socialism road, that means I get a share of everything you get too.
Yeah.
Just saying, you want to take what I've got and give it to the person that's not doing shit?
You're going to wind up giving more to me than I'm giving up.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, exactly. I'll start with that little pea shooter that you call a backup piece.
Well, you know what? It makes me laugh because they always sit there, only the rich Republicans are against it. I am a poor motherfucker. I am a broke motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want socialism. I don't want somebody else's money.
Brother, you are both broke and broken.
Yeah.
Well, then again, we both are.
But I'm not broke back.
No. Actually, shit, that reminds me. I got back surgery next week.
Oh, that's when you had back surgery? I was trying to figure out what you were having.
Yeah, no, I gotta have back surgery next week.
They're finally giving you a spine?
A what?
They're finally giving you a spine?
You motherfucker.
You walked into that.
Fucker. Oh, God damn it. What? Oh, that was good. That was
You walked right into
good.
that one.
Yeah, no shit. That was good, brother.
But then again, you're used to walking into things.
Shut up, asshole. All right, well, I got to get off the line. Have fun with the rest of your show, man.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
Everybody, that was Crash, a good buddy of mine. We used to, besides we ran EMS for so many goddamn years together, we did a show on Wednesday nights, Southside Mutts. Damn, that was. I didn't know he was having back surgery until he just told me. Oh, he walked right into that. Oh. But as I was saying, the London surgeon reveals the extent of the city's surging gun crime problem. Martin Griffith said medics at the Royal London Hospital expected to treat between 50 to 60 gunshot victims of gun crimes in 2017, reporting that the Whitechapel Hospital has seen year by year a 20 to 30% rise in the past 2 to 3 years. Pretty well. First the balls go, then the spine goes. Dave down Pleasant Plain, he said, "Joe, dude, I thought being married instantly included instant spine removal." Oh man. The change comes despite private ownership of guns being practically illegal for most city dwellers in the United Kingdom, with only hunting rifle and shotguns available to a small minority and predominantly in rural areas. What's funny is, a small minority. So only if you live out in the farm can you have one. And only if you are protecting the king and queen and the elite. It's going back to the way it used to be. I mean, the elites are becoming the elites again. Now, what happens every time in history? What happens in history when the elite becomes too powerful and starts disrespecting and walking all over the underclass? The underclass rise up and smack them all around and put them back in their place. What the hell? Oh, I'm waiting for NHL to get a little shit over. They have a headline: the first shooter to make Australian headlines since widespread gun legislation reform 21 years ago. And they're not talking about any of that. They're talking about this young kid. He's, plays for the Washington Capitals, and he is a crack shot and lighting up the lamp, looks like. And, that is going to piss some people off. And with that, all right, let's see, a small minority. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that you have to give, full colonoscopies just to get a shotgun because you live out in the country. Yeah, most of your countries that are banning guns, they're having a rise in crime. It didn't really stifle the crime that they were having anyway, or the violence. At first it dropped down because your criminals are going to be taking it back a little bit. They know everybody's going to be looking for the guns, so they take a back seat for a little bit. And now that everything's calming down, the criminals supposed to be out and about. So great, we get like a 1 or 2 years of reprieve, and then it would be slaughterhouse. With that, you're listening to the Reaver of Common Sense right here on SHR Media and LoneStarNews.com. We will be right back.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Breaking news. According to the latest report coming out of SHR Media, a merchandise store to support both the Reaver of Common Sense and SHR Media has just been unleashed to the general public. Be forewarned that this site can be contagious and numerous items can be purchased to support the best news programming. Go to Reaver.one website and click on the store link to check out the merchandise.
Been listening to Reaver of Common Sense, hosted by my dad, Jersey Joe. Beware, the Jersey Takeover is here. Every Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can catch Reaver Common Sense Show hosted by Jersey Joe right here on shrmedia.com. Only Jersey can deliver hell like no one else. So consider this your fair warning.
Hello. I'm Tim Hart. I'm the guy BZ hires, due to his shameless contract with the SHR Media Network, to voice his promos. He'd like me to tell you that the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show can be found on SHR Media Network, Spreaker, and YouTube every Tuesday and Thursday night at 11 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Pacific, featuring right thinking from a left brain and doing the job the American media maggots won't. You'll find that the speech is free, but the drinks are not. There, in the saloon, just when safety pin manufacturers are running out of metal for the diapers of the leftists, BZ is sending his personal drones of freedom into the wheelhouses and ossicles of lovers of sovereignty and liberty nationally and globally. Broadcasting behind enemy lines in occupied California, BZ swears that no rights were harmed in the making of this promo.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians.
You got a business. You didn't build that.
A team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying capitalist.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads Radio Show. Also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, yeah, I could probably do that better? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcast. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
This is Jersey Joe, host of the Reaver of Common Sense, and you're listening to shrmedia.com.
Times are dark. The people misled by corrupt politicians, lied to by establishment media, and deceived by the false messages of Islam. A nation in confusion needs a guide. It needs a man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me on Spreaker, SHR Media, High Plains Talk Radio, Live Rebooting Liberty and YouTube for a unique brand of commentary on the unpleasant blind guy. Because truth is not always pleasant.
Human by race, Christian by faith, American by nationality, and conservative by choice. Reverend Ralph J. Chittum Sr. is the right guy on SHR Media from 8:05 to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if on the rare occasion I am ever wrong, I will still always be right. The right guy on SHR Media.
Done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
This show contains language that some viewers may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised. And now on to the show. And welcome back to the Reaver of Common Sense. I am your host, Jersey Joe, and I'm here to make sense out of the senseless. Yeah, I have that packet, and hey, Dan, how are you doing tonight, sir? On a different subject also. I was going to bring up how CNN has questioned why haven't Michelle or Barack Hussein Obama spoken out about Harvey Weinstein. And lo and behold, after CNN calls them out, which shocked the shit out of me that CNN would actually call out Obama. The Obamas say that they're disgusted by Harvey Weinstein's accusations or allegations. Hillary, I think, put out, what, a 38-word, 3-sentence? Well, of course she knows not to speak out against it. She really can't, because how is she going to defend speaking out when she defends her husband? Yeah, Dan, you had that officer that was shot and killed. Did you go out there for that? Or Texas lost one of the colleges. I think it's one of the colleges. And pretty nasty. I think they were called for a wellness check on a student when the officer opened fire. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. I didn't read up a lot on it. When the guy opened the door, he opened fire on the police officer and killed him immediately. It's happening way too often, and this is in direct proportion to the Obama administration and the liberal agenda. They have made it perfectly fine for people to murder these officers. You know, when they go out and justify Michael Brown, the Baltimore incident, New York incident with the loose cigarettes. What really bothers me with that incident that was in New York, where I can't breathe bullshit. The liberals make these stupid rules that made it highly illegal to sell single cigarettes on the street. Yeah, CNN, MSNBC, all of them, Fox, all of these places were complicit in Harvey Weinstein's sexual predator actions. They were all complicit in it. They all allowed it. They all remained silent. And it's not, I mean, even Fox News never brought any of that shit out. They all knew what was going on. You had Russell Crowe, Matt Damon, that were helping silence some of the women. Hell, Lisa Bloom, one of those big-time attorneys that usually is on the woman's side, was going to go after the females to shut them up. But back to what I was saying, the ones with the loosies. It's the fucking liberals that push those laws into effect. And then they bitch at the cops for enforcing those laws. The guy was fighting back. And you have the Obama administration, the liberals, immediately having the cops guilty. Oh, that was really out of what I heard then. That might have been a different incident than I heard. They arrested the student in his dorm for drugs, transported the student to campus police station. The student was not handcuffed, pulled a gun at the station, and shot the officer. Cop trying to be nice to the kid and not handcuff him because not thinking he's dangerous. You know, he's just a young kid, you know, something stupid. Just selling drugs. It's a victimless crime. Isn't that what the liberals always say? And now we have a cop that's dead. Because some snot-nosed, drug-dealing brat broke the law. And I'll bet you they'll talk how that kid's all innocent. It's not his fault. I mean, we have our justice system out there. The kid that killed all those kids in the drunk driving accident, he got off because his parents are rich. He didn't know better. You know, we have too many of those influenza, or whatever, not influenza, damn it. I can't think of what they called it, where kind of like you're so rich you don't know better not to do something. And you know what? The liberals complain about these laws that are in effect. Who's the one that pushes most of these laws that punishes people? Liberals are the ones that want to keep putting laws upon laws upon laws upon laws and put all these people in jail. And then they're the first ones, we need criminal reform. Oh, we're putting people in jail. Oh, it's not right. They're the ones that created the system. Now they're crying about it, and most people don't have the balls to stand up and go, bitch, you made it. Now you're complaining about it, and you're trying to point your fingers at the cops? Exactly, Dave, and that's my dad that pisses me off. Now, both me and my dad quit smoking several years ago. I mean, different times. If someone's smoking and I don't want to deal with it, I move. I don't force it on them. Now, if a person's being a douche, then that's different. But for the most part, I can't take the smoke, so it's my problem. But, as Dave said in the chat room, the left are attacking it worse than weed. In fact, they're promoting weed. Oh, it's not bad. It's healthy. It's good for you. Oh, we got to attack cigarettes. You got to stop smoking. My dad is pissed off about that. How can you attack smoking and then promote smoking weed? And don't tell me it's different. It's the exact same thing. You're burning a plant and inhaling it. That's it. They're both, and they're finding out there's a lot of issues with pot that we don't understand or really looked at before because it was illegal, and they're finding out it does cause a lot of health problems. And don't ever tell me that it doesn't, that it's not a gateway drug, because that's a bunch of bullshit. In my youth, I've done a lot of stupid shit. I've smoked pot a few times. I'm not afraid to admit it. I've tried cocaine. I've tried speed. Those are the only 3 drugs I've ever tried. But, I didn't try those other substances, jump straight to them, and skip over pot. Smoked pot a couple times. Here, try this. I never heard someone going, well, you know, I started out doing cocaine, and then I tried pot a couple years later. No, I was smoking pot, I was around some people, and next thing I know, I'm doing cocaine. You know, you know what's worse? Like, it has medicinal purposes. So does cocaine. So does speed. Speed's still used. Cocaine's still used medically. I don't understand these people. I really don't anymore. I make no excuses. I tried it. I'll tell you what, when I was... Basically, cocaine would be, you know, I'd be out drinking. Do a line or two. So the hell up real quick. I'm good. I met my wife. She told me I had a choice. Her or playing around with the drugs. Oh, okay. You. I pick you. And, you know, it's... You know, speed I did like 2 times. I hated that. I didn't like speed. And you know what? I don't hide this from my daughter. But she knows this is not an excuse for her to do. And I told her, and her mother has told her, this is how Dad knows what you're up to, because he's done more shit than probably you'll ever think of. And not drug-wise, just in life. So I know what certain things I'm looking for, and I'm very observant when it comes to certain things. And, so it's... I told her, come talk to me when you have those curiosities. Come talk to me. When you have where you want to try alcohol, come talk to me. I'll go get some beer. We'll sit down and we'll drink. But you're going to stay at this house. And I'm going to do the same thing my brother did. Get her so fucking sloshed she's going to be hungover the next day. She has no... I mean, I've had some rum. Had some wine, beer in the house. I had her try a little wine. She don't really like that. Beer, don't really like that. Gave her... Was it vodka or rum? Oh my god. And I'm talking just like a couple of droppers. Holy sh... No... That's what it was. What is that fire stuff? It's the cinnamon. The whiskey, cinnamon whiskey fireball. I gave her a little taste. And I'm talking a little taste. It wouldn't have got a baby drunk. That's how small. She hit that, and as she hit the sink and started guzzling water. I said, you ever going to drink hard liquor again? And she's like, hell no, that stuff tastes like shit. So, hiding it from your kids makes it, gives it this aura of mystery around it. When I was a kid, you know, my dad would be like, here, have a sip of beer. Go ahead. So I never had this big thing about alcohol. I mean, I was a heavy drinker in my younger age. Was I a heavy drinker? And that was a whole different thing. You know what, Dave? I don't understand one thing. And I somewhat agreed. People don't drink for the taste. I was in Cancun, and they were having a special. It was like some anniversary or something. So they were doing, Fireball. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you very much. It was something with tequila special. So they brought out, there was like 5 different tequilas they had. And they're like, all right, this is like the $1. This one's like a $10. This one's $100. And this one's $1,000 a shot. And I was like, I ain't spending no $1,000 to rent alcohol. Because you never buy alcohol. You never buy it. You rent it. You rent alcohol. That's all you do. You buy, you go, you get it, you drink it, and you're pissing it down the drain short time after. Everybody's body different, so I'm not going to give a time frame. It's... But it's... And really, with alcohol, how does most people start? They start by drinking beer. Not too many people go straight for the hard stuff. Now, the ones I haven't drinking since the first time I ever had it, and what was it? Red Death? I think it's Red Death. And it went down like Hawaiian punch. And I started pounding them and pounding them and pounding them. I was ordering pictures of them. Yeah. The last thing I remember that night that I came in contact with Red Deaths was looking at the lead singer of the band. We were doing a bus trip. Bought him one. Sat down. Clinked glasses. Chugged mine. And that's the very last thing I remember. I don't remember falling down a 10-foot cliff either. I don't remember the bus ride back and being passed out on my head on my girlfriend's lap. I don't remember I remember she had a mini skirt. She had the only way I know them as the fuck me boots. And they weren't the tight ones, they're a little bit loose. And I don't remember, this is the first night I met her brother who just came back from the army. So he carried me up the cliff. They had me on her lap, and I started throwing up. She couldn't get me off her lap. I'm throwing up into her boots. Her brother's leaning over, laughing his ass off at us. And instead of pulling me away, he starts running to get people to show them. Oh, yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't drink really that much. I did too many blackouts. Too many nights where I went, what the fuck just happened? I never claimed to be a saint. I never will. I've done my share of stupidity. I'll never claim to be a saint. But when I die, I will have no regrets in my life. Well, one regret, that I ain't going to the military. But I probably have gotten kicked out because back when I was that age, 18, I was a hellion. So it might have been better. I'd have wound up in the brig or something. But I don't regret anything I've done in my life. I've done a lot of fucked up things, a lot of wrong things, but I've learned from every mistake, and I've tried to become a better man. No, I'm not proud of some of the shit I did. It's just, like you said, I won't hide it either, and I don't hide it from my daughter. Never will. But the shit of people, trying to push pot, that it's nothing wrong with it, and it's the next miracle cure. Bullshit. Bullshit. It is not the miracle cure they say it is. At least not in my body. And what's funny is I got into a discussion, and they were like, oh, it'll cure this, and it'll cure this. And I was like, yeah, I recently, because my back's pretty fucked up, and I'm in pain. The time I wake up to the time I go to bed and the time I'm sleeping. So I tried again, pot, to see if it would work. I tried it. And it didn't do shit for my pain. And I brought that up in that discussion. I got told, speak for yourself, and you ought to keep that to yourself. Why? You're putting out here that'll cure your lumbago. But I can't say that it's not doing shit for my back pain. Okay? It's good for cancer. It's good for skin conditions. It's good if you got upset stomach. It's good if you have anxiety. No, it sounds like you're a pothead and you're addicted to it, and if you don't get it, you kind of lose control. I don't know. It may help, and here's the thing. In Florida, we have it for marijuana. Yes, does it have medicinal purposes? Yes, it does. So in Florida, there is two versions. You can get the pill, or you can get the oil. There's no need to fucking smoke it. Have a joint. Yeah, man, this is my bed. Yeah, here you go. Pass it on to you. It's municipal. Bullshit. If it's going to work for you, they're taking the THC and the parts that are good for you and turning it into a pill or an oil. Smoking it is not going to help you. This is not 1700s going to the local tribe. Here, smoke 'em peace pipe. Do you good. No, that's not what we're talking about, people. So, I have no problem with the pill or the... Even if fine that they needed to smoke it. The problem is the doctors are abusing it, writing it for the most bullshit stuff. Because here in Florida, it's already only supposed to be for severe issues. Cancer, stage 4, pain meds aren't exactly helping. The nausea from... Alright, so we'll let you... they'll let you go on it. But then next thing you know is, well, I'm in college and I'm having anxiety. I got a test tomorrow. So my doctor gave me a prescription for a bag of weed. And I smoked that and I'm just fine for my test. I don't have any more anxiety. No, that's just a kid that doesn't know how to deal with stress of life. And you know what? That's the one that's going to go on a goddamn shooting spree. Because he doesn't know how to deal with life. We've been protecting our kids so much over the years. Just protecting them and protecting them and protecting them. They don't know how to fucking deal with life. Life sucks. It's stressful. I mean, think about this. 17-year-olds are out there with pussy hats on and safety pins and crying because their candidate lost an election. And in the 1940s, when you were 17, 18 years old, you were rushing the beach on D-Day. They came back. They didn't sit there and, have all the mental issues. And war was worse than it is today. And I'm not trying to knock our veterans that come back that are, have issues. But I'm saying that is a statement on our society and the way we are raising our kids. We're teaching our boys not to be boys. They have to be feminists. They have to be in touch. Well, that's not how men are supposed to be. Not all men. Like I said, Jenna, it helps some, but that it cures every problem out there. And the pill will do it the same as smoking it. So, and that's the thing. And there's a left-wing liberal here in Florida, and he was going off the rails about just totally losing his shit because the Republicans said they only want to approve the marijuana for pill and oil. God, Jimmy, why can't I smoke it? You don't even have a health problem, asshole. You just want to get fucking high. And one of the reasons I have a problem, and this is something me and Dean, a buddy of mine, Dean, were going back and forth on. And he's a little bit pro. He was. And he's like, well, you can go drink if you want. Why can't I smoke if I wanted to? I said, yeah, but if we go to a bar and I drink, does that get you drunk? He's like, no, it don't work that way. I said, if you go and smoke and I don't know what's going on and I'm near you, he goes, shit, you can get a contact high. I said, yes, and not knowing because I've never done marijuana before and at a bar may not be able to smell because of all the other smells that are going on in a bar. I go out and drive my car and I start feeling the effects. I crash and I kill 2 people. Now I'm responsible because someone else smoked and got me high without me knowing, and now I've killed 2 people and going to jail. And he turned around and he said, you know what, that's an honest-to-God circumstances. And he goes, that's actually changed my perspective a little bit. And I had another friend, well, it doesn't get you don't get contact highs. Bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That Jimmy Carter became president. Yeah. I'm surprised this country made it through Carter's. I mean, Iran takes hostages. Friggin' Ronald Reagan gets elected, and they give up the hostages real quick. They knew Ronald Reagan wasn't going to play any games. I remember that. I remember, tying the yellow ribbons around the old oak trees, running around. Oh, it's been this many days. I remember that. I was born in 71. December of 71. some of my first memories are the last of the troops have come home from Vietnam, and what was the Flyers winning the Stanley Cup. Those are some of my first memories as a kid. Flyers won 74, 75, 75, 76, I think it was. Or was it 73, 74, 74, 75? But they went back-to-back. No, 74, 75, 75, 76. Don't ask why. Just some of those things pop out at me. I just remember sitting on the floor. I don't remember a lot of other things. I pissed my parents off because we moved out of the house in Levittown when I was about 5, I think it was. And I remember the fish tank. We had like a 50-gallon fish tank. We had kissing fish, suckerfish, angel, and there was another one. I can't remember right now. And I said that to my parents. My dad's like, we did not have a tank. My mom looked and goes, we didn't have a tank on. I was like, I remember when we were in Hillsborough because I used to play on the stand of the tank. They were just looking at me. I was like, do we have this and this and this? And they were like, son of a bitch. And real quick, because the comment was just made, and I'm not going to repeat it because, well, I don't remember exactly what was said, and I'm a little bit lazy going to look it up. And one of my neighbors said that also that you don't get contact highs. I've gotten contact highs at a concert. I've gotten contact highs around my friends. There's still residue when you exhale. You don't absorb 100% of that THC that's in that smoke. And when you exhale, there's still THC and all the other stuff that's in it. It's... Like I said, I remember that because of the Iran issue, is because of the yellow ribbons. I just remember at first, like, what the heck? Why are people tying the ribbons? And my parents were very patriotic. Well, they still are very patriotic. And it was because they explained to me Iran took American hostages. No, I knew. Oh, I see what you meant. Okay, Jenna, I think I misread that. Sorry. It's... I think that sunk the Democrats real bad for that election. The Iran issue. Yeah, there was only, what, ABC, CBS, and NBC. And if you're lucky, you got PBS. I think PBS was around back then, but that was here or there. It's... Oh, nice. Sorry. Looked over, and one of the guys on the Flyers, 19 years old, rookie, just got drafted this year. You know, he made it first year and just scored his first goal. See what I do for you guys, because I love you guys so much. I'm missing my Flyers game. I am missing my Flyers game. Oh, shit. I had it on my tablet. Yeah, if you were lucky, you got PBS. That's what... And, I just remember... And I remember the first remote control. Me. I was the youngest. Go change the channel. Okay. I also remember when we first got cable, not Verizon. It was one of the it was the first ones of Comcast. It was Visionary or something like that. Because I remember there was Prism was the channel, and it used to have all the Flyers game. Sucks. Well, not sucks. I blew through my first the top of the hour commercial. So I'm not even going to do that. We'll just keep on going until the next commercial. Then I'm going to play the Veritas video for everybody. Give you about 15 minutes of no Reaver talking. I also remember we had that little converter because you had to run the cable to this little box that was on the back of your TV. And it would it had the two prongs where the antenna would go in. You had to screw it in there, and it was just like this very limited box. Just had an up and down button. You click that to change the channel. I remember for a long time. Oh shit, we don't have Mom. Can you run to the store? We need. I mean, our TV down in the basement was, I think, an 18-inch. Hell, I think it's smaller than any of my computer monitors that I have in my computer room. Well, except for, well, maybe the laptop and the tablet. But you had the two dials for the different channels. You had to turn this one to a neutral and then go to the bottom. Oh, it's... There was something else before Comcast. Oh, I remember when HBO first came around. Yeah, exactly. That little TV adapter. It just... Shit, my first cell phone in the 90s was a Comcast. It was through Comcast. I mean, I remember we would go down to Delaware, and this was 92, 93 shit. We would have to call on our cell phones and tell them that we're changing districts. We'll be in Delaware, and we had to know what district so that we can get phone calls on our cell phones. It was still those little not bricks, but had just that little flip down. Showed my daughter a video of a commercial for some of the first cell phones. You know, had that big briefcase you had to carry with you, and it had the cord up, and it looked like a receiver. You know, I'm pretty sure, well, anybody that's probably 30 and older. I mean, it was a big item, and it was about a foot and a half wide. I was showing my daughter, and she's like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah." I showed her an ad from Radio Shack. They had it on sale. It was like $300 off on sale at $7.99. My daughter's just looking. I was like, "What is that?" I'm like, "It's the first cell phones, hon." I was like, "There was no text messaging, no internet." What? She gave it a look like, "How did you survive?" I'm like, "Oh my god." I was like, "All right, hon." I'm showing her like pictures of hell, when I first started dating my wife back in 1997, my in-laws still didn't even have a cordless phone in their house. It's like, oh my god, there's no cordless phone in here? Oh, all their phones had cords on them. My wife's like, or my daughter's like, "What's that, Dad?" Oh my god, I'm getting old. Back in my day, we had to walk uphill to school in snow. Both ways. God, you know you're getting old. You start saying back in my day. And even EMS, that was always the joke. When you turn around and say back in my day of EMS, you've been an EMT for a while. Well, back in my day, we were allowed to... Oh, shit. I'm old. Oh. Alright, I am going to head to break. And when we come back, we're going to go to Project Veritas' newest video. Alright, I'm going to play the new SHR promo packet. And you're listening to the Reaver of Common Sense right here on SHR Media and LoneStarNews.com.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads radio show. Also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, "Yeah, I could probably do that better"? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcasting team. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
Beware, the Jersey Takeover is here. Every Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can catch Reaver Common Sense Show hosted by Jersey Joe right here on shrmedia.com. Only Jersey can deliver hell like no one else. So consider this your fair warning.
Human by race, Christian by faith, American by nationality, and conservative by choice. Reverend Ralph J. Chittum Sr. is the right guy on SHR Media from 8:05 to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if on the rare occasion I am ever wrong, I will still always be right. The right guy on SHR Media.
Power brokers use corrupt politicians, deceptive Islam, and lies from establishment media to turn the once shining city on a hill into the city of the blind. What do the elites fear? One man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me at SHR Media, High Plains Talk Radio, Spreaker, iTunes, and YouTube for a different kind of commentary on the unpleasant blind guy. Because truth is not always pleasant.
Hello, I'm Tim Hart. I'm the guy BZ hires due to his shameless contract with the SHR Media Network to voice his promos. He'd like me to tell you that the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show can be found on SHR Media Network, Spreaker, and YouTube every Tuesday and Thursday night at 11 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Pacific, featuring right thinking from a left brain and doing the job the American media maggots won't. You'll find that the speech is free, but the drinks are not. There, in the saloon, just when safety pin manufacturers are running out of metal for the diapers of the leftists, BZ is sending his personal drones of freedom into the wheelhouses and ossicles of lovers of sovereignty and liberty nationally and globally. Broadcasting behind enemy lines in occupied California, BZ swears that no rights were harmed in the making of this promo.
This is Jersey Joe, host of the Reaver of Common Sense, and you're listening to SHRmedia.com. Welcome back to the Reaver of Common Sense. I'm sorry, I forgot how short that one. I'm used to my regular one, and I'm used to certain commercials popping up, or promos, I should say, and it just triggers me to start listening, and that one isn't one of them. Sorry about that. Holy shit. I said I was going to play the Project Veritas, and I am. Holy shit, I'm already behind on this. Project Veritas, they now have a TV show on OANN. It's the One America News Network. Unfortunately, Comcast doesn't have it. Pissed me off. I actually like that channel. So Project Veritas is getting a show on there, and this is their new one where they expose the bias of New York Times, which is supposed to be like the gold standard of newspapers where everything is neutral. In fact, their policies pretty much say this guy should be fired, but so far we haven't heard anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into... I forget which button it is all the time. This is Project Veritas Undercover.
Like, my voice is on my imprint's on every video we do.
And you're going to be helping with the Times, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
I will be objective.
Yeah.
So I'm there. The one thing that Jim Comey said, and I've met him, he's a great guy.
How'd you meet Comey? Just like working in the campaign?
No one at the Times has ever heard that. When Comey hearing, I should have refused myself. But I'm not ever telling anybody there.
Yeah.
that I have time with that, or else I don't know if he can keep it on.
These are the most dishonest people. They've got a couple of reporters in that newspaper who are so bad.
So as the gatekeeper for like videos on the New York Times, do you get to like make sure your message is heard?
Yeah.
How'd you meet Comey?
Godfather.
He's your godfather? Really?
My imprint's on every video we do.
Okay, well, is Comey your godfather?
No.
Then why did you say that?
Good story.
I target businesses, like the Trump business, target that.
People say, who are you going after next? There's a lot of other media organizations that need to be exposed. Who here would like us to release undercover videos inside their holy grail, the New York Times? Fake news. When it comes to American journalism, the gold standard, the pinnacle, the holy grail is the New York Times. They say that they're completely objective. They have no political agenda, that they're the paper of record. But maybe that just isn't so. And while people have had their suspicions in this regard, there's never been any proof. We continue our American Pravda investigation with a tale that's so bizarre, a tale of deceit, a tale of political bias inside the newsroom at the New York Times. I'd like you to meet Nick Dudick. He's the gatekeeper for the Times' extensive online video content library. When we met Dudick earlier this year, he was full of stories.
What I do specifically in Times now is like my core stuff is off-platform strategy programming. So any video that goes on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, I have a hand in that.
Before joining the New York Times, Dudick worked for the presidential campaigns of both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton.
Obama in 2012 I worked with, on the Obama campaign in 2012, and then I worked on the Obama campaign for page and social media.
Oh, okay.
It's like I have that background, so when Clinton in 2016, they needed someone to do, they needed volunteer strategists to do video for fun. They needed someone to help them with the video and how to make it heartfelt.
Just recently out of direct politics, Dudick's talents are now shaping, maybe even distorting, political coverage at the Old Gray Lady.
So as the gatekeeper for like videos on the New York Times, do you get to like make sure that you like can make sure your message is heard?
Yeah.
Cool.
Like my voice is on my imprint's on every video we do.
Cool.
So I like that.
Dudick says his role at the Times comes with editorial responsibility. Yet he admits to having no interest in putting his political biases aside.
And you're going to be helping with the Times, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
I will be objective.
Yeah.
That's why I'm there. I will be objective.
Yeah.
That's why I'm there. Like, after the campaign, I'm like, no, I need to get back in the news and keep doing it because, like, this isn't going to change.
It's been nearly a year since the Clinton campaign ended in disaster. But Dudick's efforts to defeat President Trump seem far from finished. Now, he's at the New York Times.
I target his businesses, his dumb of his son, Donald Jr. and Eric. So they're running Trump, like the Trump business. Target that. Get people to boycott going to his hotels. Boycott. So a lot of the Trump brand is the thing. If you can ruin the Trump brand, and you put pressure on his business, and you start investigating his business, and you start shutting it down, whether hacking or other things. He cares about his business more than he cares about being president.
Right.
He would resign. Or he'd lash out and do something incredibly illegal, which he would have to.
Well, promise me this.
What?
Just make sure that you put that in the front.
No, we always do.
The Times Ethical Handbook clearly states, quote, journalists have no place on the playing fields of politics. Staff members are entitled to vote, but they must do nothing that might raise questions about their professional neutrality or that of the Times, unquote.
Like, as a journalist, I'm not able to give any money to any local organization. I'm not able to volunteer for any local organization. I'm not able to work for any nonprofit or charity. Like, there's a lot of guidelines and like ethics.
So you've never been involved politically or anything?
Oh, I have. I was a volunteer strategist for the Clinton campaign, and that's why I ended up at Upworthy, because I wasn't even a journalist anymore.
Oh, so wait, how do you kind of square that?
So...
Did you have to disclose that to them?
I had to leave my job at Fusion ABC to then take a job at Upworthy where I wasn't deemed a journalist anymore to be able to work for the Clinton campaign.
So thank you for trying.
Yeah.
So that was before?
It was a gallant effort.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, okay, I saw the threat and I was like, I want to do something. I can't just do what I do because, Trump was a threat. And
Trump is a threat.
Still is a threat.
He's a threat.
Oh, he's a threat to everything.
Dudek's blatant lack of objectivity is undeniable, but there's more. He also told our undercover journalist a bizarre story about a very personal connection to a very newsworthy person. A story that, if true, is an undeniable conflict of interest for the Timesman.
The one thing that Jim Comey said, and I've met him, he's a great guy, actually.
How'd you meet Comey? Just like working in the campaign?
Godfather.
He's your godfather? Really? How does that happen?
My dad and mom and his wife live on high.
Aww. Man, so you're connected.
Yeah, that's something even John Michael has no idea about. No one at the time says any idea about.
You heard that right. Dudek claims to be the godson of controversial former FBI Director James Comey, the guy President Trump fired in May.
So, anytime we clip something from, whether it's like Sessions hearing or Comey hearing, the Comey hearing, I should have recused myself. I should have, but I'm not ever telling anybody that I have time with that, or else I don't know if they can keep me on.
Again, from the Times Ethical Handbook, staff members may not write about people to whom they are related by blood or marriage, or with whom they have close personal relationships, or edit material about such people, or make news judgments about them.
Do you still talk to him?
No, we haven't talked in 6 months.
But you said you saw him on Father's Day. Was that 6 months ago?
Or no, June? 3 months. No, it's August. 2 months.
So you saw him in August?
Yeah.
But it's August right now.
No, I saw him in June.
2 months later, James Comey signed a multi-million-dollar book deal. Nick was not pleased.
I'm kind of pissed at him. I think he's kind of with the book deal. Like, are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. You don't like that?
No, I think that's because he can't say anything more. Everything else is classified.
Right.
So it's just a money grab, and like, he's a holier than thou, and he gets a book deal just for money. Like, him.
Dudek insists that his deception must be kept secret, or his job may be in jeopardy.
When did he decide to put the book out? Did you get to talk to him about that? See, sometimes you need to be like that voice of reason, though.
But I can't talk to him.
Why? Oh.
Nick was pointing to the New York Times offices right upstairs. Dudek also told us of a connection to the notorious extremist group Antifa.
Yeah, I used to be an Antifa once upon a time.
Did you?
I used to go after Nazi punks, yeah. I have punched neo-Nazis, many of them.
Nice.
Actually, that is from a neo-Nazis too.
Very good.
Yes.
Good job.
Living in Northeast Florida, pretty much southern Georgia. A lot of neo-Nazis and a lot of KKK people.
Yeah.
So, had fun.
Yeah.
It started, I'm like, I get to hit you. I'm so excited.
Dudek's claims became even more bizarre in our next conversation.
But does Comey know about you doing this stuff?
Cannot confirm or deny. There's a follow-up to that question that no one can ask.
Which is?
Did the FBI ask me to do that stuff?
Oh, and what'd you say?
Why do you think I did it?
What'd you do?
I joined that stuff for them. I was an asset.
Really?
Yeah. So it was intelligence gathering. See if they were, what their agenda was, whether they're a threat or not.
Are they a threat?
Some, yeah.
What kind of threat?
Domestic terrorism.
We had our doubts about the Comey connection. We sent a journalist to scour church records where we believed Dudek had been baptized. We sent undercover journalists to California, New England, Washington, D.C., and at Dudek's aunt's house in North Carolina.
I don't know who they picked for godparent. Probably his mom would have did that, and my brother and his mother are divorced, so not quite sure who. I mean, if you probably told me, I'd be like, oh yeah, but it's been a long time.
He was the head of the FBI. Is that true?
Now, I don't know, because I know, I don't know. I don't know if that was him or not.
We spoke with Nick's father in Washington, D.C.
Was he in the FBI?
Was who in the FBI?
Nick.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Oh, okay. He told me he was James Comey's godson. Is that...
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. It's just weird because he said that, you know, that you guys were like friends with that family. The Comeys? Yeah.
He's embellishing. I don't know why he would say that.
It just left me uneasy, so I just wanted to, you know.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, he's not James Comey's godson. I don't even know James Comey.
It appeared Dudek's story was crumbling beneath him. In a phone call, we asked him for the truth.
To be honest, Nick, I asked your dad about Comey and the FBI, and he told me it wasn't true.
Okay.
So, I mean, how much are you lying to me about?
Not much.
Well, what's going on? Why would you lie about that?
About that?
Yeah. Why would you lie about Comey?
Not sure.
Okay, well, is Comey your godfather?
Comey?
Is James Comey your... He's not?
No.
Then why did you say that?
I don't know. Good story.
We don't know the truth. Perhaps someone out there can lock it down one way or the other. But the fact remains that Nick Dudek lies, and he's a gatekeeper at the New York Times. And that fact should be worrisome to the bosses at the paper of record. If the Times can't sniff out people like Nick Dudek, journalists with such questionable integrity and character, who else are they letting spread disinformation in their name? Or is this more systemic? Does the Times lack journalistic integrity altogether? On that point, stay tuned. There are plenty more shoes to drop as our investigation into the New York Times digs deeper. Usually at the end of these videos, I make a request for financial support. Today, I'm going to ask for something slightly different. As you can see, we're working on some of the most powerful, sensitive investigations we have ever done. We've been able to do this because of people on the inside who are cooperating with us. If you're inside a corrupt mainstream media organization, fake news organization, a Silicon Valley titan, or maybe you're one of those people inside the deep state, we want you to reach out to us. Now, your security is our biggest concern. We will protect you. I will personally go to jail to protect your identity. But if you're an insider, we want you to send us a tip at veritastips@protonmail.com. We look forward to hearing from you. For a look behind the scenes at the making of this American Pravda series and Project Veritas, watch the hour-long documentary series Truth, exclusively on One American News Network. Subscribe at OANN.com. And never miss out on the real news of the day.
So, that's the latest one. I count the moments waiting for... Hey, BZ, how you doing, my good friend? I count the days till the new Project Veritas videos drop. I'm going to try to see... Last time I talked to Project Veritas to get them to come on the show, they even asked if I wanted James O'Keefe. But I can't remember his name, shit. I had the other gentleman on twice now, so when I contact him again, I'm going to see if I can get James O'Keefe this time around. It might be hard to get him on now, getting a little popular, so it might be kind of hard for someone of my caliber to get James O'Keefe on, but we'll see. I'll see what I can do. With that, oh God, is it break time already? Oh my God, is it almost? The show's almost done with. Holy for holies! Whew. See, that's when I think I have a good show. When the show blows by like it did last night, and it has tonight. I think those are when I have good shows. When it's so good that I don't even realize the show's gone by. And with that, you're listening to the Reaver of Common Sense right here on SHR Media and LoneStarNews.com. And we will be right back.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Breaking news. According to the latest report coming out of SHR Media, a merchandise store to support both the Reaver of Common Sense and SHR Media has just been unleashed to the general public. Be forewarned that this site can be contagious and numerous items can be purchased to support the best news programming. Go to Reaver.one website and click on the store link to check out the merchandise.
You have been listening to Reaver of Common Sense, hosted by my dad, Jersey Joe. Beware, the Jersey Takeover is here. Every Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can catch Reaver Common Sense Show hosted by Jersey Joe right here on shrmedia.com. Only Jersey can deliver hell like no one else. So consider this your fair warning.
Hello. I'm Tim Hart. I'm the guy BZ hires, due to his shameless contract with the SHR Media Network, to voice his promos. He'd like me to tell you that the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show can be found on SHR Media Network, Spreaker, and YouTube every Tuesday and Thursday night at 11 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Pacific, featuring right thinking from a left brain and doing the job the American media maggots won't. You'll find that the speech is free, but the drinks are not. There, in the saloon, just when safety pin manufacturers are running out of metal for the diapers of the leftists, BZ is sending his personal drones of freedom into the wheelhouses and ossicles of lovers of sovereignty and liberty nationally and globally. Broadcasting behind enemy lines in occupied California, BZ swears that no rights were harmed in the making of this promo.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians,
You got a business? You didn't build that.
a team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying half of this stupid promo.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sako as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads Radio Show, also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, yeah, I could probably do that better? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcast. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
This is Jersey Joe, host of the Reaver of Common Sense, and you're listening to shrmedia.com.
Times are dark. The people misled by corrupt politicians, lied to by establishment media, and deceived by the false messages of Islam. A nation in confusion needs a guide. It needs a man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me on Spreaker, SHR Media, High Plains Talk Radio, Live Rebooting Liberty, and YouTube for a unique brand of commentary on the unpleasant blind guide. Because truth is not always pleasant.
Human by race, Christian by faith, American by nationality, and conservative by choice. Reverend Ralph J. Chittum Sr. is the right guy on SHR Media from 8:05 to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if on the rare occasion I am ever wrong, I will still always be right. The right guy on SHR Media.
This show contains language that some viewers may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised. And now on to the show. And welcome back to the Reaver of Common Sense. I am your host, Jersey Joe, and I'm here to make sense out of the senseless. Don't forget, coming up in about, 13 minutes, we will have BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon, hosted by the great, the famous, the infamous BZ himself. Remember, the speech is free, the drinks are overpriced, and you'll have a great co-host, guest, and Dan the Man Butcher. Oh, I can't believe the show's almost done. I love Project Veritas so far, but you know what? I watch putting a lot of faith in some of these because, put all that faith in, and then fame gets a little caught up to them. There was someone I knew that I had asked to interview years ago and jumped right on it. Now that they've gotten some fame, and it was always, whenever you want me on the show, just let me know. Just give me a call. It's now that the fame got there, don't have time for a show like mine anymore. I watch putting all my eggs into that because you don't know what fame's going to do to James O'Keefe. Not saying it will, not saying it won't. It makes me a little cautious. I never thought that person would have done what he did, and that really pissed me off. Well, they were coming back into this area, and it had been set up months in advance. I was going to catch up with them. I told him my daughter and my wife just wanted to meet him, just 5 minutes of his time. Just stop by, say, hey, how you doing? Introduce my wife and my kid. My kid thought he was a real hero. And then it was like the night before, I got all these excuses. And it was like 2 days trying to get a hold of him and nothing. Then because I said, hey, I know you're going to be flying out the same day or the next night. You got busy. Oh, no, I'll make time. And it was like a year trying to get him to guest on the show, and I kept getting every excuse in the book. And that just pissed me off. Especially when my daughter was all looking forward to it, and it just... my daughter thought he was, what'd she say, Iron Man. He was a real life Iron Man. It just, so I've learned to watch... even with doing the show, with what people say to me when it comes to that, or trusting some of these people, because the fame don't change anybody in a heartbeat. Oh. Where are we? Sorry about that little tirade. It just did. I love Project Veritas, but I will always try to keep things in reality when it comes to that stuff. Yesterday we talked about Senator Murphy after the bump stock ban. Universal background checks are next. Even though they know it will not stop any of the shootings that have happened, it won't stop them. And you know what? That's the first time I told that story, and I won't give the person's name. I never will, because that's between me and that person. It has no reflection on anything else. So, like I said, I'm very, very, very protective of my daughter. Very protective. You upset my daughter, I get grumpy, Dad. But I hate to see when I'm gonna hate to see when some boy breaks my daughter's heart for the first time. I don't agree with this, because I know this one's wrong. Someone posted on Facebook, and they got this little thing. It's law enforcement's views on gun control after Newtown. 86% of police believe innocent casualties would be reduced or completely eliminated in tragedies like Newtown or Rural if legally armed citizens were present. Okay, I can believe that. 91% of police support concealed handgun permits without question and without further restrictions. I don't know about 91%. I would say it's up here. This one, 100% of Florida sheriffs back the Florida Stand Your Ground law. And how they're getting that is the Florida sheriffs confirmed this position by voting unanimously at the 2013 Florida Sheriffs Association Summer Conference to support the Stand Your Ground law as it is currently written. Oh, how do you feel about that, Dan? Besides feeling old. I don't know if that 100% is the right way to say, because I know at least one sheriff that doesn't back that. He doesn't back gun ownership. He doesn't back concealed carry. It definitely doesn't support open carry, because he said, well, if they have open carry in Florida, if they allow it here, my sheriffs are going to be running around killing people because they see people with guns. They're going to defend themselves. What a fucking idiot this guy was. So, I hate when some people post this stuff, because both sides do it. They post a lot of false information. And I hate them. So I know I'll post the joke ones a lot. But for serious ones, I really hate them because they do more damage than good. So, it's... And so many people, oh, it's fact, it's fact. No, it's a meme. Anybody can create them. I've created them. So I guess this idiot works for the New York Times. Yeah, deputy managing editor, New York Times, oversees our digital platform. Former Moscow bureau chief, investigative reporter, and coffee fetching news assistant has tweeted out, "Newsrooms beware. Someone claiming to be a college student is trying to interview New York Times journalists. We're concerned that it's a ruse." Colleagues, a number of people in the newsroom have received emails recently from someone claiming to be a student researching a media project and asking for a face-to-face interview. While we haven't nailed down the particulars, we are concerned that this could be a ruse by someone trying to trick unwary Times journalists into unguarded or damaging statements. No doubt you recall the hidden camera ploy used recently on a CNN producer. We all know that it's important to remain fair and politically impartial in our public statements. Please keep in mind, in all our conversations with members of the public, even reasonable or lighthearted remarks can sometimes be made to appear inappropriate. We're happy for our journalists to engage with readers, students, and other members of the public, and we don't want to discourage that, but be careful. In these polarized times, make sure you know whom you're talking to and be sure to maintain time standards in any such interaction. So in other words, we know we're in trouble. We got to watch what we're saying. But James O'Keefe tweeted out, "Too late, more videos coming." Oh, dumbasses, when will they learn? Background checks, even for private sale, are not going to stop the issues. None of these mass shootings came about from private sales. And what I don't understand, there's the private sales, but then all of a sudden, they're bought through either illegally private sales or through the proper chain of going through a store and getting background checked. And they make the jump that these background checks will stop these shootings. What? How do you make that jump? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it's a bullshit. I mean, if you're going to come up with something to try to, step your way into a gun ban, at least make it a little plausible, a little reasonable. But they can't do that. I mean, their jump from, if you're on the no-fly, you shouldn't be able to buy a gun. Yeah, it should be reported as it is now. When you do the background check, if you're on the no-fly list, beep, no gun to buy. But the problem is, you're convicting people of a crime without a crime being committed or a trial. And that jumps our whole judicial system. And with freedoms, well, people are going to take advantage of it. You can never stop that, or you give up our freedoms. All right, everybody. It's been fun. Coming up next is BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon, hosted by BZ. Speech is free. The drinks aren't. Pull up a chair. Enjoy the conversation. Special guest, Dan the Man Butcher. See everybody tomorrow. Good night. You've been listening to the Reaver of Common Sense with its host, Jersey Joe. You can tune in every day, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on hppundit.com and shrmedia.com.
I have come here to chew bubble gum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubble.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Bloviating Zeppelins Berserk Bobcat Saloon. It is October the 10th, Tuesday, the year of our Lord 2017. Belly up to the bar. We've kept your seat, and it's great to see you back. Tashay is going to be your bartendress tonight. She pours with the best of them, and the lava lamp is, in fact, lighted to my left, your right, which means that you can listen live. You can listen live here on Spreaker. You can listen live on shrmedia.com, and you can watch. Yes, if you want to watch, you can go to the SHR Media channel on YouTube and watch live the Berserk Bobcat Saloon. Plus, if you go to the SHR Media Facebook page, you can go and watch it live right now. The Saloon here, live on the SHR Media Network. You know what we don't do? Unlike what Jersey Joe says, we don't water our drinks, just like we don't water our conversation, politics, religion, crime, culture, economics, race, sex, science, law. We talk about it all here at the Saloon. Nothing is sacred. The speech is free, but the booze, sadly, is not. All that we ask is you flush the damn toilet, jiggle the handle. It makes things work a lot better. And don't forget to tip your waitress. So thanks for tuning in. You can watch us live, YouTube. Oh, and there's another place you can watch us and listen to us. And phalanges crossed once again. Is Dan Butcher there? Dan, do we have you on the radio?
Cross your fingers. I think I'm here.
Okay, first time. That, as far as I'm concerned, that's a goal right there.
We'll take it, man.
No kidding, because, you know, sometimes after that stuff is it's like, all right, let's see, is this really going to happen? What's the chance of it happening? Who knows?
And here's what's the funny part. I could not hear a word. I could kind of hear bits and pieces of your opening remarks, and I'm like, okay, what am I going to say when he says Dan? Okay, we'll say hello.
That's a great place.
BZ, how the hell are you doing tonight, my friend?
Man, I'm doing really well. Now, let me ask you, though, at this point, can you hear the conversation going?
I'm good now, man.
Okay.
I could hear everything now.
Okay, well, I'm sure that was because of that lousy music that I paid for that was interfering with our conversation. But tell you what, let me stop right now, and you may or may not go. And I have to say, Dan and I have discussed absolutely nothing prior to being on the air right now. Now, I got a bunch of topics that I'm sure he's familiar with because he's Dan Butcher and that's what he does. For God's sake, that's his job. So in any event, before we get to the topics, because this is a topic-driven show, conservative in nature, of course, Dan, you recently kind of floored me with a revelation, and so I'd like to let everyone know about that revelation. Some things have changed with you. Have they not, sir?
Yes, I am now identifying as... No.
Careful.
Yes, we'd like to let everybody know.
Dan is going a different direction.
Oh, could resist that. Yeah, we released... This is something that we've been kind of teasing our readers and listeners and viewers with for about probably the last 8 weeks or so. And a lot of people did know it was coming, and some didn't. This is actually something we tried to do towards the first of the year, but unfortunately we had some personal issues get in the way, namely my wife's health and surgery and stuff, and now Mrs. Butcher's doing much better, and we
Excellent.
were able to move forward with this project. And what it is we have taken the next step with our media company, and you know, when I launched my first website I say many years ago, back in 2009, which seems like an eternity now.
That's true.
We launched High Plains Pundit as just a simple political blog. We were just going to blog things, and we launched a podcast and different things like that. And then, of course, it grew, and it grew, and it grew. And it went from being a political blog to a political news and information site. And then over the last couple of years, we have gone from being a political a conservative political news and information website, focusing mainly on commentary with a lot of news, and of course adding the radio and the TV, the video side of things. We have developed into a full-blown media outlet. And, our political commentary had gotten to where it was, and our political reporting was just a small part of what we do. And so we decided to take the next step, and we also had some smaller websites that we owned, and we decided to bring those all under one envelope, one umbrella, and we formed Lone Star Media. And of course, the primary website is the Lone Star News, which is going to be the LoneStarNews.com, and we moved our radio network there to the Lone Star Talk Radio Network. You also have Lone Star TV, et cetera, et cetera. I think everybody gets the idea. And the reason we made that move, it was just a natural progression into us becoming a multi-platform media outlet. And so that's where we have gone. And of course, we are based here in Texas, and when it's all said and done, we have just about 16, after we combined everything, we're going to be averaging about 16 million page views a month. We have over 60,000 subscribers to our daily newsletter now, which we're very excited about. That's something very, very big for us. And but we are, about 60% of our audience is here in our home state of Texas, and the other 40% is national. So obviously we focus on Texas first, then national, and then national issues, and then we spread out into world issues and bring that all in everything. And one of the biggest changes everybody noticed was something I've wanted to do for many years, and that was the expansion of our sports coverage. We actually have an actual sports department now, and so I'm very excited about that. So we're just a very well-rounded media organization now. We're very happy with the direction. We have a great team that we've put together, and of course, this also continues along with our great partnership with SHR Media. We got some really neat things coming up with the SHR Media website. A lot of people may have noticed that we did a complete redesign of our website. Of course, we did a few little minor beautifications, I like to say, to the SHR Media site. Just kind of cleaned it up a little bit, added a few things, took away a few things. I think some people have noticed a few changes, namely a lot of the stuff I do just to see if Sean Lewis will actually notice that I'm playing with his website. But Sean's been gracious enough just to give me full reign to take care of the website for him and stuff. So it's a lot of fun sometimes to tease Sean. Hey, Sean, have you seen the website lately? And he'll respond, what? What
website?
It's a lot of fun. But anyway, we're real excited about the future. This was something that this is something I've always dreamed of doing. And it's, just over the years, a lot of hard work has gone into everything that we do. We continue to work hard. This is not just this is just not me. I have a very good team that works with us. Of course, my wife works side by side with me on this project. Of course, we also, in addition to our actual staff, we have a great group of contributors all across the country, whether they're contributing in the form of podcast, video cast, written content, or whatever. We have a really great team, and it's going to make us a very, very strong voice. I'm very excited. We're going to, for the first time, have actual correspondence in the state capitol here in Texas, in Austin. We've always relied on contributors, people that would bring stuff back to us. We're actually going to have our own staff as correspondents, during the next legislative session there. And actually before that, we're going to, probably after the first of the year, we'll have our own staff in place in Austin, Texas as well. And that'll even give us a bigger, stronger presence here moving forward. And like I said, BZ, I can't say enough to all of the readers. all of the listeners, all of the viewers that have stood behind us from day one and continue to do so, because, man, this is why we do this. We were part of a Truth in Media symposium that I was invited to host and be the moderator of, and one of the things I pointed out with the media folks that were up there, I said, there's not any of us up here that are doing this to get rich. That's far from it. Everybody that's up here, is doing this because they have a passion, they have a calling, and they feel that they're there, that it's a duty, to do that. And so that is why we do this, to bring, we try to do a good job. We make mistakes, but we do the best job that we can. And when we do make mistakes, we own up to it. And I think that's one of the big problems today is, when a lot of media folks make mistakes, they don't own up to it, and they try to cover them up. That's not something that we do. If we make a mistake, or if we're wrong on an opinion, we're open to listen, and we will make the changes, make the corrections, and learn from it. That's what we're here. We all learn together, BZ.
Folks, I want to emphasize one thing. I'm on Dan's site right now, and number one, the URL to get there is thelonestarnews.com. It's not lonestarnews.com. It's thelonestarnews.com, so make no mistake about that. And to emphasize what Dan was talking about, in the top view, at the very tippy top of thelonestarnews.com, it has, so these are some of the selections you have to choose from. The Lone Star News itself, Lone Star Talk Radio, Lone Star TV, news and commentary with Dan Butcher, About Us, Contact, and Advertising. And then down below it breaks it into a whole bunch of different things that is going to appeal to everybody. One of them is a reader's forum. Then you go directly into news, and it's separated news and opinion, specifically information about Texas, national, world, just like you said, updated, sports, podcast, and video. And then you've got a running banner down beneath. And just for example, at the very top, now it's a lengthy blog because it's got so many news sources on it, for example. But just to show folks as what you've got, what you're offering to folks, you've got as your top story right now in featured posts, could officials be ignoring the fact that Las Vegas was a known target? Then you've got a story, which I'd like to actually ask you about an officer that was slain in Texas. You've got a story about the Napa fire, the EPA, a whole host of things. So you don't just, yes, you cover Texas, just like you said, but it appeals to a much wider range of individuals. And I think people have a thirst for that. You had talked earlier about people being citizen journalists. And if I'm not mistaken, you referred to Andrew Breitbart about that. And that appeared to be something that really rubbed off on you. And that's what, in effect, makes the American media maggots run right now. And let me give you a perfect example about that. You just got through saying that if you're wrong, you'll own up to it and you'll tell folks. Didn't we just listen to Jersey Joe? Didn't we just listen to James O'Keefe from Project Veritas, who caught a New York Times reporter trying to give phony crap about his relationship with James Comey? It was all a lie, and he was caught in a lie. That from the New York Times, that keeps coming. So there should be no shock whatsoever from the American media maggot base. They're fake news. You are not fake news, which is why you have 16,000. Wait, no, you said, what did you have? 60,000 subscribers right now?
Yeah, what we have is we have a daily newsletter that goes out via email, and that goes out every morning about 4 o'clock in the morning. And we have just over 60,000 subscribers to that. And then, of course, our normal traffic is about 16 million page views a month. So we do have a substantial amount of readers and viewers and listenership. It continues to grow. Our goal by the first, number one, our goal is just to maintain that. And we're not numbers people. We figure if we put out good content, we tell the truth, put the stories out there. You know, when we did, we figure the people will come and read what we're offering. You know, one of the biggest things that, you know, I've always heard is people are craving for content. They want content, more content. Well, you know, you go to the front page of my website right now, there's probably 75 stories running on the front page right now, so on written. And then you know what? If you're into podcast, man, you know, you go to our podcast page at Lone Star Talk Radio. You've got 30 shows to choose from on demand. If you go to our TV page, you've got everything from news and information, live streaming news, to shows. You know, we've in addition to Sackheads, in addition to Melanie Collette, to Jersey Joe, to yourself, to the Sackheads, etc. We also have Andrew Clavin. We've got Ben Shapiro. We've got Steven Crowder. So we got a great lineup of video host on our video page as well at Lone Star TV. So we're very excited about that. And that's another growing. Like I said, we're trying to be well-rounded. We're trying to make sure, because this is a never-changing business. And so you have to be able to get news and information out there where people can consume it. Because, let's face it, you know, people are consumers of news. And so you have to appeal, and that's why we have the platform that we do as far as our written content, the what we've chosen. We have found, quite honestly, I've been a radio guy. You know, the biggest audiences on internet radio are not during the live broadcast. They are during the podcast. And we have found, and we do carry, you know, you know, you're live right now on our radio page, but most of the people will come back and listen to the podcast. Probably about 95% of the audience is going to be in the podcast. And so that's the way people like to be able to choose, listen at their convenience, read at their convenience, watch at their convenience. So that's kind of, you know, where we've come to. And also we have to, you know, if you go and use our mobile app, if you're using your iPhone or whatever.
You have an app?
I have made that. We have made, yeah. Here's the thing: you don't have to download it. It is automatically ready and available. If you just pull up your iPhone, you know, and right now you can still Google High Plains Punted, because High Plains Punted is pointed to the website. And so people are kind of, but if you bring it up on your iPhone, I have a very simple format for the mobile devices that is just purely content. And one thing you won't see, you know, if you go to the website, we actually do have, I think we're somewhere in the neighborhood on the front page, 7 ad spots that we have. But you don't have pop-up ads. They're not getting in your face. They're integrated into the website, and not to be a nuisance. And the same thing with our mobile too. They don't pop up at you or anything like that. They're at the top and at the bottom, very inconspicuous, where you actually see them, but don't realize that you're seeing them. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I've always found. And that was a rule in newspaper business in the old days. You know, we would integrate. You know, we would put our, you know, advertising is what funds the newspapers, and so in media in general. So you would put your content, your ads around your content. But unfortunately, in the newspaper business, you know, basically the content became filler in between the ads and such, and it continues to this day, especially on print products. And a lot of times, and this is one of my biggest complaints about going to news websites, and this just isn't conservative websites. This is major websites, whether you're going to the Washington Post, whether you're going to Fox, you're going to CNN, anything like that. The first thing that happens is you're just, bam, inundated with a lot of pop-up ads or a lot of ads that slow down the page. And so that's something that we really, really, really wanted to avoid, and we've always done that. And so and I hope our readers and listeners, everybody, appreciate that we do that. Once again, it allows us to make money. That's how we make money. But we're not going to make money at the expense of shortchanging the content to our readers and listeners and viewers.
I was just doing what you were talking about, going into the site itself, and your ads meld very nicely. It's clear they're ads. Once I clicked on, I didn't get an arseload of pop-ups all over the place, which is one thing that completely drives me nuts. But also, things are broken down so very logically in here. You have a list of places that you can go. You have all the content is on the page. If you want to read more about that particular story, you can click on Read More and get a lot more in-depth information. Then if you continue down below, you have pages that you can go to. 1, 2, 3, 734 pages you've archived, Dan. Holy crap. Then down below you've got videos. If you want to just look at a particular video on a topic, go down, you'll find videos. Hit View More and you'll see them. Then you've got Texas videos. Then you've got national videos. Then you've got sports. It's broken down into and then there's another advertisement that blends with everything else. It all works, Dan. It all blends.
Yeah.
It all looks great.
Right. Like I said, and a lot of people don't know, I designed the site myself. I put a lot of work into it. I went and said, okay, what do I want to, if I go to a website, what do I want to see? And that's what I did. I designed it after what I liked, and then with a lot of input from readers and listeners and different things and different people. And that's kind of what we did. We also listened to what our advertisers wanted. We're very fortunate. We have some long time advertisers. We have one of our sponsors is Hillsdale College, and the other one of our sponsors is Liberty University. We have a couple of auto parts type of advertisers now that have just come on. So we're very lucky that we do have the support that we do, and hopefully, BZ, I say this wholeheartedly. I'm very. If you went to the website the day we launched a new website, I had the press release article that we wrote, but then I also had something I really wanted to focus on. And I think a lot of people, when we're talking about fake news, we have to be careful using that term. But I want to stress to people to look for the truth in media. Force the media to tell you the truth. Force them to report, to give you the information. We're very distinctive. I mean, we make no buts about where we lean. We lean to the right on our commentary and our opinions. But on our news coverage, we're fair, and we will report the news as it is with the facts as best as we can get to, and keep reporting until there's nothing to the story. Either we prove it or we don't. That's what you do, and that's what that's what consumers of media are really hungry for. They're tired of the agenda-driven media, agenda-driven politics. They're sick and tired of that, and they want to get back to the core of what it's all about, and that is for media to report, to bring you news and information, to tell the truth, to bring you the facts, and then when you're done with that, then throw in your opinion and your commentary, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why you'll see how everything's broken down the way we've done it. And like I said, I'm not reinventing the wheel here at all. I'll be honest. I took this concept that we're using on our website right now. This is old school print journalism 101, of how newspapers used to be laid out by the sections, et cetera. Now, it's a little bit different when you're doing it with a website, but it's the same principle. Break it down by the sections and make everything as easy as you possibly can for the consumers of the news to use, and hopefully that's what we've accomplished. And we still go tweak with it a little bit. We got a few little things that we want to do to kind of tweak a couple of more things, but I think we've got everything right from the start.
You differentiate, you made an excellent point, I'll get to it in a moment, but you differentiate news and opinion, which is what you cannot primarily differentiate these days in terms of current media. They produce and present news as they throw in opinion and expect you to digest it as news, and that's wrong. That's how they get pigeonholed into that term, fake news. You've gone back to the basics. I taught for years in law enforcement, and when I was in Rangemaster, I said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to start a program where we go back to the basics. Because if you can't, like Vince Lombardi said, if you can't block and tackle, you got a big problem. Always go back to the basics. You're saying go back to the basics in journalism. I used to say go back to the basics when you're having classes on the range. Grip, sight picture, manipulation of the firearm. You teach the basics. You cover the basics first. Everything else tends to fall into place because so many people now, as you well know, especially in journalism, they not only can't do the basics, in many cases, I don't think they want to do the basics anymore.
Well, and I tell this story that when I talk to young journalists, a lot of times today, depending on what school they're going to, where they've been educated, they see themselves as not being reporters of the truth, not being reporters of information, not being investigative reporters. They do not see themselves as Ben Bradley. They do not see themselves as the Watergate reporters, as Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward. They don't see themselves as that. That's who I long to be. I wanted to be Bob Woodward. I wanted to be Carl Bernstein. I wanted to be Ben Bradley. That's who I still strive to be, that type of reporting. But they see themselves more today as that they need to change the world. They need to make a difference. They need to be social justice warriors. That's truly what they see themselves. And unfortunately, a lot of times that's what they're actually taught in journalism, is that they need to have a social conscience, that they need to promote social justice, make everything fair. Reporting is all about making everything fair, et cetera, et cetera. And that's not the truth. And I asked this question. Like I said, I here about a couple of weeks ago, I hosted a Truth in Media event, and I asked all of the media folks that were there, that were part of this. We had a great group there, and the bottom line, when I gave my opening remarks, I have one question for you, and it's 3 words. I said, "What is news?" And that little 3-word question led into the first hour and 15 minutes of the discussion about what is news. And that's something you and I could do 2 shows on.
Oh, yeah.
About what is news. But, and so basically, and it was, in what is news? We talked about how television approached different things. How I made the point to point out that newspapers are not newspapers anymore. The newspaper is just a small part of what they do. Newspapers have evolved into multimedia companies too. They do so much more other than their print products. But they're still but they still rely heavily on their print products to generate revenue from the advertising. And unfortunately, print products have become nothing but advertising supplements with a little bit of content here and there that really doesn't mean anything.
Hey, Dan, can we hold that thought?
That's what it's you bet.
Can we hold that thought? We got to take a break. We're going to come back. We've been talking to Dan Butcher, a massive media magnate, and you formerly knew him as the High Plains Pundit, and now you can find him at thelonestarnews.com. Folks, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with Dan Butcher. And guess what? We are going to get into some news. But first, when we come back, I want to ask Dan about one word when we return. agenda.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads Radio Show, also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, yeah, I could probably do that better? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcasting team. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
Times are dark. The people are misled by corrupt politicians, lied to by establishment media, and deceived by the false messages of Islam. A nation looking for direction needs a guide. It needs a man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me on Spreaker, SHR Media, Pundit Press Radio, and YouTube through the SHR Media page for a different kind of commentary on the unpleasant blind guy. Because the truth is not always pleasant.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians,
You got a business. That you didn't build that.
a team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying cough for the stupid pro.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking, drinking, drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
The bloviating Zeppelin. He's big-footed enough radio shows to last a lifetime, courtesy of Sean, Clint, Ken, and Jersey Joe. Now it's time for him to waddle on his own 2 feet via the glorious SHR Media. Gird thy loins for the bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. Coming soon to ossicles near you. Excelsior.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to the bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. We have been speaking to Dan Butcher about his media empire, and it really is an empire. He's already got, I think at last count, let's see if my memory serves me, Dan, you already have a staff of 12 writers that work for you every day, if I'm not mistaken. Dan, is that correct? You've got a staff of 12 writers that work for you every day.
Yes, we do. We have 12 that work for us directly.
We were talking about what has happened to news and opinion, and they've merged. And I wrote in the chat that I thought it's all about the agenda. And just as you indicated to the people that you're talking about, they don't really give a crap about the facts. They have an agenda. They're going to stick to it. And frankly, in my opinion, it's what has got them there. Now, we know that technology has had a great deal to do with this. We also know that the newsrooms are bleeding cash, they're hemorrhaging readers, and they're bleeding advertisers. And yes, I would grant you, given it's because that especially millennials, Gen Zers, they don't open up a newspaper anymore. That's immaterial. They don't have a regime where they wake up in the morning and they sit down with the morning newspaper, go through it, have breakfast, etc. That crap is out the door. But I also submit to you that they've shot themselves in the foot by continuously pushing this agenda to the point where they are bleeding and hemorrhaging readers and dollars, and a lot of people don't want to put up with it anymore, which is why I say, Dan, this is a perfect time for you.
Let me tell you something. Let's just cut to the chase.
Yes.
Consumers of media are tired of the bullshit.
Yes, they are.
Okay, just like what we're seeing with the NFL now. The folks that are buying tickets to NFL games, the folks that want to view NFL games, are tired of the political grandstanding bullshit by the players. They are paying to watch those folks play football, and that is why now you are seeing the owners take a stance and say, okay, we have to do something about this. That is why Roger Goodell released a memo to all 32 teams today, with guidelines saying this is what we need to do to address this, because this is a problem. The same thing applies to the media. You're seeing way too much agenda-driven bullshit. That's the only way to really put it.
No,
you're seeing agenda-driven politics. Now, let me separate something here, because, and I'm going to use newspapers as an example, and I used this example in my media event recently, is that there is a place for opinion. There is a place for a commentary agenda, because local newspapers, one of their roles has long been to promote and help build the communities. A lot of the communities in the early days, when they faltered and failed, were because, guess what? They either lost the railroad or they lost their newspaper. Okay? So newspapers have long had, and this applies to even TV and radio, have long had a big role in the community, in helping promote the community and build the community. And there is a place, I always tell people that, news always becomes history, but opinion and commentary, if you hear my dog barking in the background, must be a cat outside, but opinion and commentary are also helped build communities. They helped bring jobs, businesses, etc., promoting the community. Now, it gets to be a problem when it gets personal, and you have certainly seen that with politically agenda-driven news, especially what we're seeing with coming out of the New York Times, CNN, the liberal media, even some in the conservative media, with just the pure hatred towards Donald Trump. And so you see that type of stuff. The people are seeing through that. Okay, they're really seeing through that. And I think I want to tell people this real quick, because it's real important to understand what fake news is and what it's not. Okay, and I want people to understand, fake news is made up or totally distorted statements. Fake news is bogus claims and hoaxes, and it's propaganda and misinformation. Folks, fake news is not, and I want to stress, fake news is not media mistakes or errors, biased reports, or news someone doesn't like. Okay? That is the biggie. The third one I gave you right there is where, in a lot of times where the fake news claim is used, it's used when somebody doesn't like a story. People think that the fake news claims are something new. They're not. This goes back to since news first started reporting on political campaigns.
That's where the word yellow journalism came from.
Yellow journalism. I worked for a company that was the namesake of William Randolph Hearst. Yes, I worked for the Hearst Corporation. William Randolph Hearst was the father of yellow journalism. Okay? And so you have to understand that because you don't like a story doesn't mean that it's not actual news. And so you have to be careful how you throw the term fake news around. You have to understand what it is. And also, when you're talking about dealing with agenda-driven journalism, I think one of my roles is being a publisher, is to spread media literacy. And there's a lot of different ways you can determine if something's being reliably reported or if it's fake news, BZ. First of all, use your common sense. We all have a brain.
God, yes.
You can trust your instincts. If it doesn't sound right, it probably isn't. Be critical. Do your own research. Do a quick search to see if there's other stories that could either, prove or disprove a piece. I tell people, I want people to read my website, but I also want you to go read Fox News. I want you to go read the other conservative websites. I want you to go read your local news or watch your local news. I actually do. I want you to go to CNN. I want you to see how. Yes. I want people to go to CNN to see what bad news reporting is. Okay, yeah. I want you to see that. Also, I want to really stress to folks that, and you and I talked about this to begin with, but make sure that you separate opinion from hard news, okay? You want to take hyper-partisan and heavily biased articles and programming with a grain of salt, because that's typically opinion and editorials presented in a news form. But also, remember, you got to have a little fun, too. And there is a role for satire and humor out there as well. One of my favorite sites is The Onion. I love The Onion. I think it's a great escape. But remember, it's not real news. So, folks, a lot of times when you're dealing with news, you have to use a little common sense, do a little research. And I tell people to be, if you're going to be informed, be a mass consumer, okay? Don't just trust one website. That is the worst thing you can possibly do. As much as I love my own website, I read dozens of websites every day because there's something I may have missed in a story. There's a story that somebody else might be running that we have not reported on, and I want to look for a different angle to that story. So that's what I do, being a publisher, reporter, and editor. Is I go to other sites and I'm looking for something. Okay, they've reported on this, but is there a different side to this story? Is there a different angle to this? Did they miss something in that article that our readers will be interested in? Because I can tell you, I've gone to some sites, seen some half-ass reported articles, and then came back to our site and went, hey, we've got the full story. I've also been on my own site on reporting that we've done, gone to other sites and said, oh, crap, we missed something. We need to go back and look at this.
That's the one thing that I have to tell you, and I'm not saying this to blow up your skirts or anything, but in your redesign, you said you went back to the basics, to the fundamentals,
yes.
And everyone must do that, whatever they do. If you can't do the basics, you can't do anything else. And you mentioned the very specific and pointed striation between news and opinion, and that's what makes your site so good. I've been on it all day. I brought it up to speak about it right now, is that you make a clear delineation between what is news and what is opinion. That's why for years there was an op-ed page, and you expected that opinion, editorial, and also a letters to the editor page, but that was clearly labeled back in the day so that you suspected, or you hoped at least, that the rest of the stuff, if it wasn't on op-ed, it was actual news. I can't say that anymore. I can say that of your site, but I cannot say that anymore reading stories from the LA Times, the Chicago Tribune, the New York Times, the Washington Post. New York Times and the Washington Post are the largest, in my opinion, disregarders of actual news, and purposely, in my opinion, mix news and opinion in the hopes that in the fashion that they are consumed, their agenda will be taken as factual, as news. That's so wrong on its face.
And and I'll tell you, there's one thing that we've done, and I'll tell everybody where I got this idea from. I got the idea. There's two of my favorite websites are Powerline and Legal Insurrection. In particular, Legal Insurrection, which is run by William Jacobson. William and his staff do a great job with that website. And one of the things that I liked that they did there, in particular, Powerline has a similar reader forum, but I really liked what William Jacobson and Legal Insurrection did with their reader forum, and that's what we incorporated into our website. It very simply, folks, it is just our reader forum is nothing different than the chat room you're in right now. But what it is, we open that up for folks to go in and have an open forum discussion. Now, they still have to adhere to the rules of commenting on our website. No personal attacks, the usual stuff, no racist type stuff. We don't censor language, but we will come after you and take you off if you are with personal attacks and different things like that, if you're promoting an agenda. We want you to present what you're talking about in the forum, open it up for discussion. We do have, obviously, people comment on the articles and stuff like that. This is a little bit different because it is something you can go to and start up the discussion, maybe something that it's an open forum, maybe something we've missed. You can come say, hey, you probably need to check into this story. Here's the information, look at it. Or you can discuss different issues. Or you can discuss something that we've missed in articles. And I think that is on a lot of local media websites, they have done away with their comment sections. They have disengaged from the readers by doing that. And we want to do just the opposite. We want to engage the readers. We want to interact with our readers, with our listeners, with our viewers. And so that's why we put that forum in there, is so that you can go there and we can have an open discussion myself and editors do take turns going in and moderating the readers forum, but we're moderating mainly to take part. We'll go in there. Some of the best discussions I have are when I'm in there and having different discussions with different people. But we want to interact. We want the readers, the listeners, the viewers to be involved. That's why we have a chat room on SHR Media for all of the shows and different things. Now, for a long time, I shied away from having a chat room on my own personal podcast when I did the live show. Because the main reason I did is I always had a lot of caller interaction. But that's something a little different that we are going to change, have a little bit more interaction with that. But it's primarily going to be the interaction coming from the reader forum and taking topics to discuss from there. But I think it's very important that you be engaged with your readers, be engaged with your audience, because if you're not, you put up a barrier, you put up a wall. And then when you put up that barrier, when you put up that wall, they stop trusting you. And when you're in the news business, that is everything that you have. Your reputation is built on one thing, and it is trust. And once you lose the trust of your readers, your viewers, your listeners, you're done. Okay? You are done. Once you've lost that trust, you've also lost your advertisers. And once you lose your advertisers, you lose your revenue stream. And that is why you see, in particular, newspapers have been hit so hard on the local level, is because they, I was looking here, I was looking at Texas Press Association here in the month of September. We had 5 newspapers closed here in the state of Texas. They were small town newspapers. They closed. And I say the number one reason is because the media has disengaged from the community. They have disengaged from their audience. And the reason they've disengaged is they have become all consumed on trying to protect their advertising revenue. Or, in the case, you can also become disengaged from your audience, such as what we have seen with CNN when you're trying to promote a political agenda. CNN does not hide that agenda whatsoever. Their number one agenda is to try to find a way to remove President Donald Trump from office. End of discussion. Fox News has lost a lot of their audience and a lot of that because A lot of people are not trusting them because of a lot of the behind-the-scenes issues they've had. It looks like they try to hide a bunch of different things with some of their hosts, some of their talent, and so they've lost the trust of their audience in that way. And so it wasn't their reporting that did it. It was some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that caused them to lose trust. So, but once you've lost that trust and they cannot trust you anymore, your audience is going to tank, man. And that doesn't matter if you're doing straight news or if you're doing a show like what you're doing tonight, a talk show, where you do a lot of hard news, a lot of opinion discussion, just a lot of fun stuff. But BZ, bottom line is, if we lose the trust of everybody that's in that chat room tonight, if we lose the trust of Joe, Mary, Dave, that are in the chat tonight, you know what? Once you lose that trust, they're gone, man, and they won't come back. They won't trust you again.
Well, they'll also, the additional problem with that, which depending on your viewpoint is good or bad, is you have a massive amount of locations to go for your news. The competition is huge. It's never been like this before. I can remember when I was a kid, there were 3 places to choose from on the television. There was CBS, ABC, NBC, period, end of statement. That's where you got your news. There was a morning newspaper, the Sacramento Union, which was started by Mark Twain, started the Sacramento Union. That was the morning newspaper. Right. Then there was the Sacramento Bee. That was the evening newspaper. I actually worked for McClatchy. I worked for KFBK, and I worked for the Bee as a stringer for a while. That's where you got your news. You are not limited by that in any fashion whatsoever anymore. The places you can go and the content you can find is huge. It's massive. But exactly like you say, you have to be a wise consumer of news. And you have to have common sense. And that's not anything new. That's been occurring for decades. Decades.
It'd be easy. Here's the thing. Because, people don't understand, but the audience, the consumer base for news is actually growing. Think about this. It is growing. But there's a lot of people that are missing, and there is plenty around. I'm one of these folks that believes the more the merrier when it comes to news and information. I want, because the reason is that makes, particularly when it comes to government, it should make things more transparent. You should be able to get to the bottom of the stories more. And there's such a massive growth. And I use this, whether it's here in the state of Texas, whether it's nationally or worldwide, the internet that's the wonderful thing about the internet. It's been a devil to news media, but it's also been an absolute blessing because the audience continues to grow and grow and grow. We see that as consumers of written content. We see that with consumers of video content. The podcasting industry is absolutely blowing up right now, BZ, with shows such as yours, with Sackheads, with SHR Media, all the other great programs that we broadcast on SHR, on Lone Star Talk Radio. It's absolutely phenomenal what we're seeing. But here's the thing. There's a lot of news outlets, because people consume news differently. Some people like local. They like to go to opinion websites. Most conservative websites are opinion-driven websites, okay? That is what they are. And so my middle son just walked in here and cracked me up. But the thing is, where you're seeing people that are not being able to gain an audience, not being able to get new readers, new listeners, new viewers, it is because they have an agenda, or the people have caught on to them. That's the they're pretending to be something they're not. That's one thing with my website. I've never pretended to be something that I'm not. Okay, When we were a straight political blog, that's what we were. When we were just political news and information, that's what we were. And we let everybody know we're a conservative website, And I make no buts. I'm not going to pretend, what we are and who we are, what we do now. We know what our market is. We know what our niche is, and that's what we concentrate on. And we've tinkered with stuff, moved it around here. We know what our strengths are. We know what our weaknesses are, and we're very unique. I'll tell you this. Once again, the folks that lose audience are the folks that, they're lying to their readers, they're lying to their viewers, and they're trying to pull a bunch of bullshit over them, and the people are seeing through it, and they're fed up with it. And so, what we do a little different with my website and with our media company is, hey, our written content, hey, you're going to get investigative journalism. You're going to get news and information, straight news stories. You're going to get sports. You're going to get some entertainment, some lifestyle stuff thrown in there. Hell, we do a lot of farm and ranch reporting. if you read the side, I actually had somebody complain one day because we do a lot of farm and ranch, and I said, well, I live in an agricultural-based area, and especially here in the High Plains and here in the state of Texas, farming and ranching and oil are still king here. So that's a very important part of our news coverage, and it is across the country as well, especially to the type of audience that are coming to our website. We know the demographics, we know where they're coming from, etc. So we know what to do and what we need to include as far as our coverage. But we also, on our opinion, we don't pretend who we're not. I tell everybody, you've heard me use this term. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm really not a true conservative. I'm not a true libertarian. So I use the term. I've started using the term conservatarian, and I think you're more along the lines of that political stripe as well. You lean conservative here, libertarian here, down the center here, maybe a little turn to the left here and there. But we don't hide the fact that my personal opinions, when I write articles, that's where I'm at. I do have some ultra-conservative writers that write for us, but overall we lean to the right. Our radio network leans way to the right. We make no buts about it.
What the hell?
That's
that
where
happens.
we are. That is where we are. And our TV, hey, we lean way to the right too. No buts. We make no apologies for it.
On the other hand, though, the big difference is you can tell what you're getting in terms of in terms of content on your page,
yes.
And that is something that is simply sorely lacking. Folks, we're talking to Dan Butcher of the LoneStarNews.com, used to be High Plains Pundit, and we've been talking and basically excoriating and lambasting media. And I'll tell you what, well, with great gusto, too, I might add, because I've had a great time. We've got to go to the top of the hour break, and Dan, would you be interested in coming back for the next segment?
You know what? I would. When we come back, man, if we can, I'd like to talk about the shooting that took place at Texas Tech University.
Okay.
People don't know. I actually live an hour and a half from Lubbock, Texas, and have been in Lubbock reporting on this story. Got back this evening, and just an absolute crazy story. So if we can, I'd like to talk about that.
Okay, let's do that exactly. Folks, hang on. You're listening to the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon on the SHR Media Network, also the Lone Star News Media Network.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads Radio Show, also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, yeah, I could probably do that better? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcasting team. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
Beware, the Jersey Takeover is here. Every Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can catch Reaver Common Sense Show hosted by Jersey Joe right here on shrmedia.com. Only Jersey can deliver hell like no one else. So consider this your fair warning.
Human by race, Christian by faith, American by nationality, and conservative by choice. Reverend Ralph J. Chittum Sr. is the right guy on SHR Media from 8:05 to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. And if on the rare occasion I am ever wrong, I will still always be right. The right guy on SHR Media.
Power brokers use corrupt politicians, deceptive Islam, and lies from establishment media to turn the once shining city on a hill into the city of the blind. What do the elites fear? One man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me at SHR Media, High Plains Talk Radio, Spreaker, iTunes, and YouTube for a different kind of commentary on the unpleasant blind guy. Because truth is not always pleasant.
Hello, I'm Tim Hart. I'm the guy BZ hires due to his shameless contract with the SHR Media Network to voice his promos. He'd like me to tell you that the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show can be found on SHR Media Network, Spreaker, and YouTube every Tuesday and Thursday night at 11 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Pacific, featuring right thinking from a left brain and doing the job the American media maggots won't. You'll find that the speech is free, but the drinks are not. There, in the saloon, just when safety pin manufacturers are running out of metal for the diapers of the leftists, BZ is sending his personal drones of freedom into the wheelhouses and ossicles of lovers of sovereignty and liberty nationally and globally. Broadcasting behind enemy lines in occupied California, BZ swears that no rights were harmed in the making of this promo.
This is Jersey Joe, host of the Reaver Common Sense, and you're listening to shrmedia.com.
And you are, in fact, listening to the SHR Media Network, and also by dint of Dan Butcher, you are listening to the Lone Star News Radio Network as well. And we've been talking to Dan Butcher, and we have absolutely dissected journalism in the first hour. And Dan wants to go into some news stories, and I had mentioned this the first hour. There was a story on his site that I'd like to have him tell us about in terms of there was an officer slain recently in Texas, was there not?
Yeah, this happened just last night, and this is an absolutely bizarre story. And the fact that this happened at this hit too close to home. This happened at Texas Tech University. Of course, my wife and I both went to Texas Tech, and we went to our local university here as well. So we have ties to Texas Tech, and very loyal to Texas Tech. So this is something that hit the Red Raider community very hard. And basically, what happened is that the campus police were called to go do a welfare check on a student by the name of Hollis Daniels. When they got to Hollis Daniels' dorm room, they found him to be in possession of drugs and drug paraphernalia. Now, this was not the first time that Mr. Daniels had been in contact with the campus police. It was not the first time that Mr. Daniels had been in contact with the Lubbock Police Department. They knew who he was. He had a previous arrest on campus for drugs. So basically, they arrest Hollis Daniels in his dorm room, and they transport him back to. This is where things kind of get real murky as to what happened and what procedures were followed, what procedures weren't followed, and what actually happened. They transport Hollis Daniels back to the campus police station. The officer that was the officer that was shot and killed was a fairly new officer. He'd actually been a security guard at the Texas Tech Medical Center. Had gone back to school, got his police officer's license, had recently completed his field training, and at the age of 48 years old, became a police officer for the Texas Tech University Police Department. Of course, his name was Floyd East Jr. He was 48 years old. And so he had not been in the field very long at the time of this incident, just since August. Officer East and another campus police officer were in the police station with the suspect. And what ended up happening is the other police officer left Hollis Daniels and Officer East alone. This is basically an interview room where they're talking to the suspect, doing their initial booking, initial report, and stuff like that. The other officer went down the hall into another part of the campus police station and was doing some other paperwork there. At that time, the other officer heard a gunshot, went running back in, and found Officer East on the floor with a fatal gunshot wound. Officer East's body cam was not there, but his service revolver was still in his holster. And of course, the suspect, yes, his service revolver, there was not a struggle. Officer East's service revolver was still in his holster. The officer's service weapon was not the murder weapon. Okay, we have to stress that. It was still holstered. He was basically shot in the back. He never saw it coming. Somewhere at some point in the station, the suspect, and now of course been charged with capital murder of a police officer, the student was not handcuffed. Hollis Daniels, not only was he not handcuffed during the time of this, even though he had a prior arrest, he somehow managed to sneak a weapon into the police station, and it was a .45 caliber. He shot one round. It was one fatal round that killed the officer. When Hollis Daniels ran from the campus police station, of course he took his .45 with him along with the body camera. Hollis Daniel was apprehended about 90 minutes after the shooting on the campus. He never left the campus. He was actually apprehended between the Jones AT&T football stadium and the Coliseum that's on the campus. That's where he was arrested. So now the questions are being asked. Number one, why was, because obviously this is a tragic loss of life. I want to stress, Officer East left behind a wife. His wife was out of the country at the time. They had to notify his wife who was out of the country. He left behind his wife and two grown daughters. But the questions are being asked. Number one, why was Hollis Daniels not handcuffed? And how in the world did Hollis Daniels sneak the gun, have the gun in the patrol car on the way to the police station? How did he get it into the police station, and how was he able to pull the weapon out and shoot the officer in the station? Later on, when they did capture him, they did find the murder weapon. He had the murder weapon on him. He also had the officer's body cam on him, and quite honestly, when they made the arrest, Hollis Daniels admitted that was the second big story that we had today that we actually broke. We were the first news outlet to have the arrest warrant, and we broke that story. But he admitted to the arresting officers that he had shot Officer East. He said, hey, I'm the one that shot your friend. And then he said, you know what, I've done something really, really strange here. To use his phrase, he said, I'm really fucked up. is what he told the arresting officers. And so now, once again, this story, as we continue to report on it, we have more questions than answers. And during the press conference today, we had this big build-up to a press conference today with Texas Tech officials. We had the president of Texas Tech there. We had the police chief for Texas Tech there. They came out. We thought, okay, we're going to have a press conference. They're going to take questions. The biggest question going around the room was concerning police procedure. How did this happen? How was this allowed to happen? How was this suspect allowed to that was, number one, known to police, had a prior arrest for drugs on campus, had been arrested by in another jurisdiction for traffic violations and stuff, so he had a record. So number one, was he, the biggest question was concerning procedures. Number one, was he properly transported to the station? Number two, why was he, once again, how in the world did he get his own weapon into the patrol car, from the dorm to the patrol car, and then, of course, into the police station itself where the murder took place? Because the weapon was found on him along with the body cam. Second aspect of this story that broke today, of course, the Democrat Party was very quick to condemn campus, because, here in the state of Texas, we have campus carry. You can concealed carry here on campuses. Of course, the campuses can also restrict in different areas where campus carry is. In most of the dorm rooms and stuff like that, there's different restrictions and different things and policies in place at Texas Tech. So quickly, the Democrat Party quickly jumped on campus carry, saying, hey, look, you know what, if this guy was not allowed to carry on the campus, this probably would have never happened. Well, they quickly had to retract that when those of us in the media quickly pointed out, well, number one, in the state of Texas, you have to be 21 to conceal carry. And of course, Hollis Daniels was 19, so he could not legally carry anyway, concealed carry on the campus, because he wasn't old enough. He didn't have a concealed carry license, so that blew that out of the water. So he was illegally carrying on the campus at the time of the shooting, and of course, they had to retract their statements. They tried to make it a political football right off the bat, BZ.
I can tell you, quite frankly, it's not a political football at all, but there are two very important issues that go into this.
Right.
Every law enforcement agency has its own environment. That is to say, what's accepted, what's condoned, and what's expected of its officers. That's one aspect. I'll get into that in a moment. The second most primary aspect is, at first blush, just with the information that I have, no more, no less, this officer made a massive, what we call officer safety mistake. When you go into a dorm room and you find drugs and drug paraphernalia, one of the things that you ought to be thinking as an officer is this a common user, or is this someone who might be peddling or distributing drugs from his room? It's an if-then equation. If he's possibly distributing drugs from his room, then it would be logical that he might have some kind of a weapon.
Right.
That's the mindset that you must take into the situation like that. I'm submitting that, unfortunately, this may have been the officer's mistake because, A, if you take a suspect into custody, and I can't tell you whether he was definitely under arrest, but if he was under arrest, definitely, A, handcuffed, B, searched. Right there, right in the dorm room. You don't move a foot without doing that. The secondary of that is when you move them out of that room, you're moving a suspect that you believe is connected to something like this. The biggest question I had is, did this officer know this individual from prior contacts? And even if he hadn't, let's forget all of that. He comes down and puts the individual into the back of his patrol car, because I'm assuming that's where he went, into the back of the patrol car. You never put anyone in the rear of your car without searching them. Never, ever, ever. It doesn't matter if you're transporting a mom from point A to point B, absent exigent circumstances. This is an officer safety issue, And unfortunately, this guy paid the ultimate price for it. Luckily, this kid confessed. The other question I have...
BZ,
the other question...
BZ, let me add this... BZ, let me add this real quick, because this will probably play into what you're fixing to discuss. Because I should have added this of why the police were there making initial contact to begin with. Like I said, they were called there on a welfare check. Now, the reason for the welfare check was because it was reported to the police that Hollis Daniels this is very important in all of this, and this is why we had so many questions at the news conference today that didn't get answered, was because the initial call for the welfare check was there was concern that Hollis Daniels, number one, might be unstable, and number two, that he was armed with a weapon.
All right, then knowing that, I can draw no other, absent the facts that are present right now, I can draw no other conclusion than this officer paid for his mistake with his life. And now his wife and his children are going to suffer from it, and the community has just lost an officer. But stop. Even absent that, back up. Because I like to take the larger, more overarching umbrella aspect of it. What was the environment in that college police station? Was the environment such that we have to be very careful with these students because these students could beef us?
Right.
There could be a problem. You know, when you come in contact with them, you must be conciliatory. You must not use weasel words. You must treat them with ultimate respect. And what is the history of this officer? Has this officer been a forceful individual? Has this officer been someone who sort of stepped back and let the circumstances play out as they were? And what was the environment of that department itself? In other words, what the chief demands be done or not done has a great deal to do with how the officers in a given department will react. Now, not searching that individual, especially under those circumstances.
Some of the
terrible mistake.
Some of the impressions that we got from the students in being in the environment on the tech campus, because police departments not only police departments in metro areas and cities, counties, what have you, they're all under tremendous pressure from a public point of view, not to be seen as oppressing, not to be seen as violating people's rights, obviously every time an officer sneezes the wrong way, it's, police brutality. Now, it even comes more prevalent, I think, with police departments on college campuses, especially when you have seen a lot of the violence that has taken place at Berkeley, a lot of the violence and nonsense that we saw take place at the University of Missouri a couple of years ago that's actually led to a dramatic decrease in the student population at the University of Missouri, where they've actually had to close 7 of their dorms. Some of those dorms, they're actually the university is now renting out on weekends for people that are coming from out of town, kind of like hotels for people to stay at during football games and stuff. So, yes, there's a whole other subject we could talk to about some of the effects of all the political correctness nonsense that we've seen on the campuses. The University of Missouri is an absolute disaster and basket case right now as to the effects of what happened with all of that. But coming back here, and even here, I live where I live. I live in a college town. We have a major division. It's just a Division II university, but it's a major Division II university, one of the larger Division II universities in the country here, which is West Texas State A&M University, which is part of the Texas A&M system. Our campus here, it's not like the 37,000 that Texas Tech has, or the 50,000 at UT and Texas A&M. But we have 10,000, 15,000 students here, depending on different times of the year, whatever, going to school here. So it's a fairly large campus. But what we kind of seen was in kind of the air and the attitude and the mood was that police officers were very concerned about public perception, especially dealing with the college kids. They didn't want to be seen as as oppressors. They didn't want to be seen as trying to infringe on their rights. So, and when you have that attitude and you're having to be touchy-feely, especially dealing with college kids, I think that definitely plays it has a big effect on the way police officers go about their duty, the way they carry about their actions, and what they're going and how they're going to do this and this and this with different people, different things. Now, obviously, if the police officer had been assaulted in the dorm room by Hollis Daniels, we'd be having a different discussion probably. We'd probably be discussing, and Dave had brought this out earlier, that, there were already cries, hey, probably all of this was caused because of police brutality. Maybe the police were abusing this guy and they caused him to, they caused him to pull out the gun and shoot Officer East. What did they do to him in his dorm room and da-da-da-da-da. We heard a bunch of that nonsense. Right. But bottom line is, I think you hit on something very important, and that's certainly something that we got in the mood and attitude with the students, the faculty, the officers themselves, was that when they're dealing with college students on college campuses, in particular college police forces, they really have, they really are being very, very careful about how they police. And because, once again, here is the thing where I am a firm believer in citizen journalism. I think, cameras there keeps everybody honest, okay? But in the same token, even these particular officers are also wearing body cams, so everything they do, everything they say is recorded, either in audio, video, what have you. And, sometimes it can be taken out of context. So I think a lot of times they're very careful about every word they say, every action they take, every syllable, every dot, every last thing, because they know it's all being recorded and it's all being, for the public to view, it should be. But at the same token, I think it takes some of the edge off of police work. It takes, because sometimes, the way you need to react to different situations may need a little harder edge to it, a little more forceful response in the way you do things. And I think a lot of times when you get into touchy-feely, I like to call it touchy-feeling policing. I think that leads to, quite honestly, what we saw happen at Texas Tech, the ultimate extreme outcome, and that was the death of a police officer.
Policing does not change when you turn on your turn signal and make a right into a college campus.
Bingo.
All of a sudden, things are different, and then you cross this magical line, and somehow they're... the phrase these days is over-policing, and the police are accused of over-policing. Now, in that particular that fact pattern that you regaled to me, one of the first things I thought was, okay, every interview room in which I've worked ever has a camera in the interview room, and from the information that you gave me, what that tells me is they didn't have one. Or they would have seen this, and they would have archived it on video, or they had one, and for whatever reason did not turn on the video. Shame on them. Damn them for doing that. Now, the other question is, do we not have audio and video in an interview room because we have to take care of their dainty snowflake little Mayans these days? That's a question. This department had better step back and have the chief, whoever he or she is, I have no idea who they are, They need to step back and reevaluate what the hell they did, because my guess would be that's the first officer they've ever had killed in their department. And if they don't take a step back and do some serious self-examination as to what they can do better, because that's a matter of safety. That's a matter of here's another way to look at it that I bet no one has thought of. You could have kept this kid from being a murderer if you'd done your job in the first place. So again, that brings up, in what kind of an environment did this officer go to the academy? What was he taught in the academy? And once he got back into this department, things can change. How was he taught once he got to that particular police department? What's their philosophy? What was he told? Was he told, we over-police, we need to back off? If he was told that, then that department had better do some serious recriminations. They have some serious answers to give.
Yeah.
They could have stopped that. He could have stopped that right in the room. Right in the room.
Right.
You could have made an address. Excuse me. You could have made an arrest. You could have found the weapon on that person, because my guess was he didn't just pick it up. He had it on his person when he first went in there. And the officer made a serious mistake. That happens all the time. Now, officers don't always get killed behind it, but unfortunately in this instance do. But my guess would be, Dan, the environment and philosophy of that department may have played perhaps a significant point in terms of how this officer addressed that person. Particularly, oh my God, since you told me, he went, or should have known, or somehow it was made aware to him that he was approaching an individual who was armed. Oh my God.
BZ, I will tell you now, we have already filed a freedom of, we've already filed a freedom of information request for the video and the audio. Now, of course, in a case like this, because we're assuming, this is what you were talking about. We're assuming that the cameras and the audio were live at the time of the shooting. We're assuming that the body cams and everything were fully functioning at the time of the arrest in the dorm room, that everything was working properly on, recording everything on the way from the dorm room to the police station, etc. And so, and of course, you do this in media. You go ahead and file the Freedom of Information request for the audio, for the video, for the transcripts. Obviously, that's how we got the Freedom of Information request. Is obviously how we got the arrest warrant so quickly. They were very forthcoming in that, releasing that. But once again, that's gonna answer a lot of questions when we can actually see the video and the audio of what happened. Obviously, I have no interest in seeing the video of the officer being shot. We know the end result. We know what happened there. But I think there's a lot of things that need to be addressed, as far as the actual arrest, the transportation of the suspect, and definitely all of the moments, every single last second, as to what happened up to the shooting of the police officer, because there's once again, there has to be, if proper procedure was not followed here, if this was a case of over-policing, like you call it, I call it touchy-feely policing, this has to be a lesson learned, because this is the ultimate end result of what happens when police officers cannot or do not do their job properly. Somebody gets killed.
Can I make some suggestions to you?
Go ahead.
We're going to have to cut to a break. I got about 30 seconds left. I'd like to make these suggestions to you as a journalist. Number one, you're going to have to find out what their policies are. You're going to have to demand a copy of the policies.
We've already done that.
Okay, and number two, you're going to have to find out where the cameras are in the police station. Number three, you're going to have to find out what kind of training he had. And number four, you're going to have to view it from an aspect of risk management. How was he trained? Yes. Are they going to reevaluate and reexamine this to make sure because this is the ultimate goal. If you didn't learn something from this officer's death, this is a training point that you must learn from, or that officer has died in vain. And that is the worst possible situation you could have as an agency. Folks, we're going to be right back.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Hey, it's Sean from the Sackheads Radio Show, also one of the owners here at the SHR Media Network. Are you opinionated? Have you ever wanted to do your own show? Have you ever heard somebody like the Sackheads and go, yeah, I could probably do that better? Well, now's your chance. Send me a 5-minute clip at sackheadsradio@gmail.com, and maybe you can be part of the SHR broadcasting team. sackheadsradio@gmail.com.
Times are dark. The people are misled by corrupt politicians, lied to by establishment media, and deceived by the false messages of Islam. A nation looking for direction needs a guide. It needs a man with a cane. I'm Dave Milner. Join me on Spreaker, SHR Media, Pundit Press Radio, and YouTube through the SHR Media page for a different kind of commentary on the unpleasant blind guy. Because the truth is not always pleasant.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians.
You got a business. You didn't build that.
A team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying cop for the stupid promo.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
The bloviating Zeppelin. He's big-footed enough radio shows to last a lifetime, courtesy of Sean, Clint, Ken, and Jersey Joe. Now it's time for him to waddle on his own 2 feet via the glorious SHR Media. Gird thy loins for the bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. Coming soon to Ossicles near you. Excelsior.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Folks, we have another Tuesday spent with Dan Butcher. This has been a great time. We went over all of journalism and media in the first hour. And in the third segment, we were talking about a situation that occurred in Danstown where a college police officer was killed when, unfortunately, it appears at first blush that he didn't search a suspect, and he was shot by a suspect's weapon. This goes back to risk management, Dan. It goes back to you're going to find there's going to be a suit, and I can guarantee you the suit is going to revolve around one or more of these aspects. There's going to be negligence in hiring, negligence in training, or negligence in retention, or a series of all three of those things, which are other aspects that you as a journalist need to be looking into as well. This guy didn't have to die. You need to examine what the policies are of this department. He could have done 2 things in that college room, kept himself alive, and kept that individual from becoming a murderer. It's a harsh thing to say, but I've seen it time and again. Cops make mistakes. Now, I'm predicating this, as you say, I'm predicating this on the facts that I know as presented by you. However, that said, they best damned well learn from their mistake.
Exactly. And, I went back and I was looking at my notes because, this is one of the few press conferences that I've ever gone into that I've actually written questions down. I usually do the questions off the top of my head, and because I wanted to be very specific on different questions. And this was pretty much true to everybody in the room, because we didn't. They came in and gave us a 2-minute statement and walked out of the room. They didn't allow us to ask any questions, but everybody in the room, we were all pretty much on the same page with what our line of questioning was going to be, because we knew they were going to release the name of the officer, the background, and all that stuff. We had the background of the incident, but everything. I'm looking at my questions. Everything was centered around, number one, policies and procedures. Number two, locations of cameras in the police station, in the patrol car, the body cams, etc. Because that's information that we have to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And of course, the other big issue was training, especially after we found out that this officer had just completed his field training in August. So a lot of questions concerning training, with proper training, etc. The different environments taking place, the different procedures that took place, once inside the police station when talking. Because obviously, what the procedure was going to be was they arrested him, took him over to the campus police station, and then they would of course the campus police would have maybe called for a transport from the city police, or they would have transported the suspect directly to the county jail themselves, to the Lubbock County Jail. So there was a lot, exactly what you were talking about. Those were the questions we were going to ask. We were going to ask policy, procedures, all the different things, training, et cetera, et cetera. But unfortunately, we weren't given that opportunity to ask those questions. But I guarantee you, those are the questions now that are going to be asked. We may back off a little bit, because obviously we want the family to grieve. We want the officer to be remembered, etc. But then it comes back to questioning Texas Tech officials themselves, and addressing the police chief, the campus police department. Why did this happen? How was it allowed to happen? And the way you answer those questions is getting to the bottom of everything, with the Freedom of Information request, asking the questions, getting the copy of policies and procedures, and different things like that. Exactly what you were talking about, man.
Let me also add this. Dan, can I be just starkly blunt for a moment?
No, I've never known you to be blunt at all, BZ. Please do.
I'll come out of my shell one day. Let me tell you this. This Hollis guy, for those not familiar with the story, was a Caucasoid. He was a white kid. What would have happened, and we know exactly what would have happened had this been a kid of color, say a Hispanic, an African American, an Asian American, you name it, you fill in the blank, an innocent female, etc., and keep the fact pattern the same. They had a gun. But still, that department has no idea of the shitstorm that would have come down had that individual, that student, been in that one of those categories right there. And that's a category. That is a politically correct category. They better learn from this mistake. I don't know. Dan, you would know better than me. Did this make national news? I don't think it did.
Yeah, it sure did.
Did it? Okay.
And of course, yeah, it did. It went statewide, and then of course everybody picked up on it. AP was pretty much leading the story nationally, and then all of the other media outlets were picking up from AP and et cetera. I had a lot of national outlets that, of course, obviously we're technically a regional and national outlet ourselves, but we had a lot of other national outlets that were picking up the story directly from us. We were the lead source on a lot of this as well. Like I said, we were the ones that first broke the story with the arrest warrant and different things like that today. I think probably I may have been the first media outlet to have the actual name of the officer, but we did not publish it. I did it first thing this morning, did not publish it because they still had not notified his wife, and so I did not want to publish his name until we had obviously official notification of next of kin. Right. And then once we got that notification, then we added his name to all the news stories and then ran the different stories about him, etc. But let me throw this out there, BZ. This was actually why we were there and kind of after the news conference. This was a theory kind of being thrown around too. This is kind of, you mentioned, what if this had been what if this had been a student of color, and with the white officer, whatever. We had the flip side of this, and and this was kind of an interesting theory. Would the arresting officer have treated Hollis Daniels differently versus being a black student or a white student? Now here was the twist on this. Did they treat Hollis Daniels different because he was a white student? Did they not properly search him? Did they not handcuff him because he was a white student? Another local reporter, and I can't remember which outlet it was from, actually brought up the question and said, hey, you know what? If this had been a black student or a Hispanic student, they more likely would have kept him handcuffed. They more than likely would have searched for a weapon, et cetera, et cetera. So there was kind of a theory being floated out there, and of course there's no basis of fact to this. We don't know anything for sure, that maybe the arresting officers treated Hollis Daniels a little different because he was white. They didn't search him for a weapon because he was white. They didn't handcuff him because he was white. But they would have done exactly the opposite to a student of color. And they're saying that because they did treat him differently, that allowed him obviously the opportunity to pull out the weapon later on and murder a police officer.
What you find out in instances like this is past practice becomes a reliable indicator of future performance or the lack thereof. So what you're going to have to do as a journalist is you're going to have to look back and find out what this department has done and what its past practice has been with regard to the handling of students. Have they had a hands-off policy as opposed to what their actual policy is? Because when you deal with risk management, what you actually do, despite what's written on a page, what you actually do becomes your policy. And the officers know it. The officers know what's tolerated, and the officers know what isn't tolerated. So if this is along the line, it's the same way, we've been doing it this way for years, then you have a training problem. If it goes against the written policy, well, you have a policy problem. If you have this guy was treated differently because of a melanin count, then you have that problem. But you've got a very serious problem. And these are all the things that I'm sure you're going to be looking into. And the chief had better be looking at him or herself as well. This was not just an officer mistake. This was potentially an agency mistake.
I brought this up in this conversation. I said, if that is the case, and we start digging into this and looking at policies and procedures, and this will open up an even bigger story. Because if you get into a situation where you have campus police that were treating minority students differently from white students, etc., you're going to open up a whole can of worms in this. Because there's such a big issue. The issue of profiling is so touchy right now, and very important, whether it is an official policy or not. Okay, profiling is a major part of police investigation, in solving crimes, in bringing in especially in different communities. But more often than not, profiling used to be official policy. Now profiling is done as unofficial policy. We don't talk about it. We still profile, but we don't talk about it.
But here's how
it
should have been.
That brings up some interesting questions there too.
This is how it should always have been explained. And I've said this for years. I've told my supervisors, etc., all along when profiling became an issue. We profile the crap out of people, and we should continue to profile people on an individual case-by-case basis.
Bingo.
You have a robbery, and the robbery suspect is X. That's how you profile that suspect. That's another case. You get a burglary. That burglary suspect is described as X. You profile for that. You don't make a blanket profile. You profile according to the case as it is presented to you. That's logical. That's common sense. But departments are not smart enough to pick that up, apparently, after all these years. You profile. Citizens expect you to profile. If you have a white robber of a convenience store, should you stop all the Asian males that you possibly can? No, it's stupid. Just rely on common sense. Sadly, too many departments do not, and they're their own worst enemies, and they don't know how to communicate this to other people.
Another thing to bring up, too, is, and this kind of came up in the discussion, too, amongst the reporters, was the fact that Hollis Daniels came from a pretty prominent family in Seguin, Texas. His family was the owner of his family owned a chain of movie theaters and different things.
Okay.
So he comes from this was not a poor kid. This was not a kid that came from the inner city or from a disturbed youth or anything that we know. He came from a very well-to-do family. He certainly had a privileged upbringing. From all intents and purposes, his dad, who's run for political office, actually was term limited, serving on city council and different things, very active in the community and different things like that. So you have an instance where you have did the officers know that, hey, that this kid comes from a prominent family, and so they were kind of having some gloves off with him a little bit because, hey, you know what? We don't want daddy throwing a fit or different things like that. And you and I both know that dealing in college campuses and different things like that sometimes, maybe not so much at the larger universities, but certainly at some of the smaller and private and medium-sized universities that really, really count on a lot of donations from alumni and donors and different things like that. Sometimes students that do come from prominent families or what people might call a pedigree background are sometimes treated a lot differently than other students. And so that was brought up today. Maybe they were taking a hint because obviously he had been arrested before and was known to campus police. They knew who he was. They had a record on him. So the thing that came up was, hey, maybe they were kind of taking a hands-off approach to him because of who he was.
Well, sadly, you've brought up another element that confuses the mix even more, and that's not saying that it isn't a factor in this. And, of course, your investigation and the various people doing the journalism aspect of this are going to uncover that sooner or later. They're going to find out if that was a valid element of this situation. And they'd better be honest. And they'd better be upfront, and they'd better tell the truth. Because I know that as a police department, as an officer, you're going to get in more trouble for a lie, including criminal potentialities, than if you'd just been honest and told the truth up front.
And let me tell you, BZ, the one thing that did stand out was how very careful, and I know that I know that colleges and universities are very careful on how they handle information and releasing the information.
Yeah.
The fact that a lot of the information that we did get from tech officials had a lot of holes in it. And obviously, that was fed even more by the very, very brief news conference where no questions were taken. That was very unusual. BZ, I've covered a lot of things like this, and you yourself, being in law enforcement, know that when you hold a press conference like this, generally you come prepared to be asked questions and to answer those questions. They came out with basically, they built this up all day. Hey, we're going to have this big thing, 3 o'clock, we're going to come out, press needs to be here, at this time, They come out and give us a little bit more information, the background about the officer, which they did not give us before, and that was it. No questions. They didn't take any questions at all, release any information, They're being very, very guarded about the information here. So what does that tell me? That sends all kinds of warning bells off in my head saying, hey, you know what? They're going to be very, very careful behind this because they know that once this all comes through, they've got a lot of stuff to answer for. And I think it comes back down, once again, it comes down to, how and why this was allowed to happen, how this guy got the gun into the police station. There's going to be a very, 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 very stringent review by the media of policies and procedures, hiring practices, training, everything that you were talking about before. That is everything that's going to be scrutinized in this case. And so tech officials are being very guarded. And when officials are very guarded and very careful in their wording and stuff like this and very brief, all that does to reporters is say, hey, there's more we got to dig to. There's even more questions we've got to ask now. That just comes from experience of years. The least somebody tells you, the more questions you have to ask. And the least information they give you, the more they're not telling you. And that makes it even more important for you to ask more questions, and just keep pounding, and asking those questions until you get the truth.
In law enforcement, Dan, that's called exposure. And that falls again under risk management, and that again falls under public affairs. What is this agency's exposure for doing what it's doing? Because you can find yourself exposed for action or inaction. I would check, and you would know certainly much better than I. I suspect we have a neophyte organization that has never experienced an act like this before, which places them in terms of publicity on Front Street to the point where they've never experienced this before, and my guess would be they've never thought ahead sufficiently to tactically plan for something like this. They've simply expected that since this has never happened to us before, it will probably never happen at all. We're just a little bitty agency until the crap hits the fan, which it has done here. This, I suspect, is a young agency that's never done this before, who has relied on absolutely nothing, hasn't done the thought, and hasn't done the planning. That's what I'm suspecting.
Let me tell you, BZ, I have spent most of my journalism career in these two markets, here in the Texas Panhandle or in the South Plains in Lubbock. I worked for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal for many years. Of course, I worked for some Hearst newspapers that were in the general area of Lubbock. So I spent a lot of time working in the Lubbock area, in the Lubbock media market, personally, and of course, spending most of my career here in my home market in local journalism, and having a lot of exposure because the newspaper that I worked for here in my hometown was the sister paper of the Lubbock Avalanche Journal, and I worked for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. So I cannot recall off the top of my head in all the years working in these markets, I cannot recall an incident. I can tell you right now, it's certainly the first time that a campus police officer has lost their life. I can't remember a campus police officer being shot, let alone losing their life. Now, obviously, I do recall instances of violence on campus involving guns and drugs and different things like that. You're going to have that. But this type of incident that we've seen here, something of this magnitude, certainly we've never seen anything like this in the Lubbock market, in Amarillo, anything like that. We've never seen anything like this. This is something completely new. And so you have to, so in that mere fact that you've never seen something like this before around here, that even opens up more questions. What in the world? This is something new for the media, especially the local media. You know, I've covered a lot of national stories, so I'm used to seeing this nationally. But looking at it from a local media standpoint, the local media guys are going, what the hell was this? And so, and when you get that mentality, that even says, hey, guess what? We're going to ask more questions, because we want to make sure this never happens again.
Folks, we got 3 more minutes before the end of the show. We've been talking to Dan Butcher of the LoneStarNews.com. That's his brand new website. He does everything in Texas. And I have one final question for you, Dan, which I pose to you. And when you give me the answer, I submit whatever answer you give me will tell you everything you need to know about this department. The one question I have is this. Do they have a PIO, and how long have they had one?
Oh, that's a good question, man. And you know what? Golly, let me tell you who was handling all of the public information on this. It was the police chief. The police chief was handling all of this. The communications director for Texas Tech, the PR person in the communications department was handling all of this for the camp. Not the police, the campus police station itself, police force, doesn't have a public information officer per se themselves. So everything was handled by Texas Tech University. The people that were out front, the faces handling this, were the university president and the police chief. These were the two main faces that you're seeing handling this. Tells you how important this is, and that even raises more questions because all of a sudden you've got the university president front and center, the police chief front and center, and of course now we've even have the chancellor of the Texas Tech University system weighing in on this. So once again, man, a lot of questions that need to be asked and a lot of questions that need to be answered. And BZ, I want to end this tonight, man. And I posted this on Facebook, I think, yesterday. I do a lot of talk shows, and I've hosted a lot of shows over the years. And I do a lot of talk shows. I do a lot of different guest appearances, different things like that. Several of them, sometimes dozens a month. But I have more fun and enjoy being on your show and on Sackheads than I do any other talk shows, man.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I take that as a great compliment. And wait 1 week. That department's going to have a PIO. Trust me, that will occur. Folks, we've been listening to what Sean would call the second best man in media. I'd throw that aside and say this is the first best man in media. We've been listening to the full 2 hours for Dan Butcher. You can find him in his new website, thelonestarnews.com. So, hang on. Dan, thank you ever so much for being here tonight. We will have the Sackheads tomorrow night. I believe that we're going to have Sackheads Sean and Sackheads BZ, and I don't think Sackheads Clint is going to be here tomorrow night. Folks, thanks for listening. Thanks for being in podcast, and my greatest thanks to Dan Butcher. Thank you ever so kindly, Dan.
Hey, you bet, man. It's been a pleasure as usual.
Thank you, sir.
Monsieur has been locked!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, thanks for listening to the Bloviating Zeppelin's Berserk Bobcat Saloon right here on the SHR Media Network and the Lone Star News Network. You want to contact me, you'll find me on Twitter at bzeppin, on my blog at bloviatingzeppelin.net, and I can be reached by email bz@shrmedia.com. My original intro music is by Possessed Tranquility. You can find them at reverbnation.com. Promotional consideration by the Boeing Company. If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. And the Pratt & Whitney Company. Fine engines. Thrust. You can trust. My thanks, of course, to My Little Pony for my personal customized tiaras. And thanks to my personal KC-135 Kettle 1 refueling team, with whom I will be consorting in less than an hour. Trust me. Thanks ever so kindly again to Dan Butcher. Thank you for being involved in the chat room. Thanks for listening in podcast. God bless. Take care. Be safe. Sackheads Radio tomorrow night. Be there. Aloha.
Everybody quiet down now and get some sleep.
Night, everybody.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Ben.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, children.
Good night, Daddy. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Jim Bob.
What's going on? I was asleep. What's everybody doing?
Good night,
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, and good luck.